TGAGWCAGA was the Game Awards for games who can't afford Game Awards. It was a showcase a few weeks ago in line with the Game Awards, but I just couldn't find anywhere to pencil in the demos that caught my eye. There's only about a dozen, I think, maybe Baker's dozen, things that I wanted to check out, but that's because a bunch of stuff that was in the showcase is stuff that we've already demoed or I already have and I'm going to play fairly soon. So this is just the other stuff that kind of floated to the top of my attention span. And we're kicking off stories from Soul, the Gun Dog, and we're from there. Alright, September 21st, Planetary Calendar 209. Following a raft of oppressive policies and crackdowns from the Earth-based government of the Solar Federation, the joint forces of the Martian territories and the Jovian Unified Colony Fleet rebelled. The conflict came to be known as the Solar War. Mars and Jupiter apparently allying across the asteroid belt. War carried on for 3 years, but eventually the combined forces of the Martian territories and Jovian Unified Colony Fleet managed to push their microphone a little more in a convenient spot, and the Federation military all the way back to planet Earth. In the final days of the conflict, a pitched battle was fought in lunar orbit that would decide the war's victor. Lunar orbit, above the Jovian character JFS Kalike? Alright. You reflexively tighten your grip on your armored frame's twin flight sticks as another wave of vibrations reverberates through the cockpit. Creak of your new flight suit and your quickening breath are the only sounds that you hear above the gentle hum of the frame's subsystems. As you squeeze the controls tighter, their plastic casings creak under the pressure. Try and stay calm, knowing that these gentle vibrations are the remnants of huge shockwaves that are buffeting the Kalike, the carrier that you're stationed on. Each one is a near miss as an explosion tears through space around the ship. You try to push the thought from your mind and focus on controlling your breathing, but you've already realized that the frequency means the Kalike must be approaching the front line. Your squadron will be launching soon, and you'll be engaging in your first real sortie, your first real flight, in fact. Feel your throat tighten. Simulations are as good as the real thing. That's what your trainer told all of you. But you know the pilots are supposed to have hundreds of hours of live flights and training exercises in real armored frames before they're allowed anywhere into the front lines. Of course, that didn't happen. Command that had told you that the modern simulators meant cadets could graduate without the need for these exercises. You'd overheard the rumors, though. The Jovian colony fleet had lost a lot of pilots and still wanted to keep pace with the Martian advance against Earth, had resorted to fielding anyone who could fight. Your whole squadron is just like you, freshly conscripted from the Europa colony. So we're from Jupiter, okay. Well, orbiting Jupiter, but... you'd undergone basic training there, but almost all of your flight training had taken place in the cruiser's journey from Jovian space. You wonder how the others are feeling right now, whether... Kalike 5, this is flight deck. We're preparing your squad for takeoff. Running last-minute diagnostics on your frame. Activating all systems. Now. Alright, looks all good to go. We'll run a few more checks, then we'll have you spaceborne in a few minutes. You ready to show those Terrans who's boss? Damn straight, ready to kick some ass. Yeah, can't wait to get out there. I'm gonna... You stammer, trying your best to convince not the engineer but yourself that you're ready for what's waiting for you. Whoa, take a breath there, Kalike 5. It's not gonna be that bad out. No need to get all riled up here in the hangar. Tell you what, pilot, what's your name? What's your first name, pilot? Nekobun. Oh, Nekobun, what's your surname? Let's go with Risu. Him. No, it's not right. Alright, here. Bun. Keep that. He had. There we go. Alright, Ensign Bun. First up, take a few deep breaths for me, in and out, nice and slow. You got that? You draw one long measured breath and hold it, then release it. Following the engineer's instructions, you repeat this a few more times. After a while, you begin to feel your pulse slow, and some of the tension in your body slip away. You still feel on edge, but feel slightly more in control. Alright, there we go. Now listen up, Ensign. You ain't got a thing to worry about out there. What I've heard is that all the Terran's best pilots were taken care of between here and Mars. Heck, Martians are the ones who've been leading the charge today, so they're what's taking all the flack. Propaganda machines selling this as our decisive strike against Earth's last line of defense. But between you and me, it ain't nothing more than a mopping up situation. buddy of mine in operations said as much in the canteen last night. Besides, you hear a dull ring over the comms and sit bolt upright in your seat. Slouching back and exhaling as you realize it's nothing more than the engineer striking the cockpit armor on your frame. This beauty here's a work of art. Terran frames ain't got nothing on her. She's all tuned up and ready to go. Probably spent more time with this one than I had my own kid. Ha! So don't you worry. Remember that what they taught you in training, leave the rest up to her, and you'll come out of this just fine. Despite your startled reaction a moment ago, the engineer's confidence is infectious, and it's starting to rub off on you. You adjust your position in the seat so you're sat up straight, and the soft hum of the frame system now seems more comforting than ominous. Just a mopping up operation, you think? Martians have done all the work, so we're sitting pretty here on the top of our line frames. Yeah, nothing to worry about. So, Esteban, how you feeling about things now? Meh. You almost managed to reply with something it's probably meant to be peppy and upbeat, but at the last moment the words catching your throat. This was a simple mopping up operation. Why was it happening in lunar orbit, not nearer to Earth? Why were those explosions so close to the Kalike? These questions churn in your head as you grip the flight sticks again. They answered, you still in there? Comms still green? I said, how are you feeling? Oh, sorry. Comms green. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Ready to kick ass and everything. You lie. That's the spirit, kid. Just remember what I told you. Look after that frame and she'll look after you. Ain't no thing. Left alone with your thoughts, you tune back into the gentle hum of the frame. You watch the seconds tick away on the cockpit clock while you wait for the order to launch. The wait seems to drag on and on. You carry out a few last-minute flight checks, but you've already completed them. But as you'd already completed them when you boarded, nothing has changed. Alright, pilots, listen up. This is Kalike 1. We've been cleared for launch, so be ready for immediate action. All frames will be taking off in the designation order to attack formation. Sound off. Kalike 1, ready. Or Kalike 2, ready. This is Kalike 3, ready.
Kalike 4 here, ready for takeoff.
Kalike 5, confirm your status. Oh, yeah. Kalike 5, standing by. Keep it together, Kalike 5. Kalike 6.
Kalike 6, ready.
Alright, Kalike Squadron, move out. Kalike 1 launching. Kalike 2 launching. Kalike 3 launched. Kalike 4 moving out. Look at the ships look like big fish. The roll call of your squadron as they depart from the ship and accelerate rapidly towards the combat zone sounds almost like a countdown to you. Once Kalike 4 is declared the launch, you know your time has come. You disengage the restraints and prepare yourself. Kalike 5, launching. You shout as you slam the flight sticks forward for maximum thrust. Kalike 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. Kalike 5, abort launch, cut thrusters. The engineer's instructions barely register in the confusion as you're jerked around the cockpit, your helmet slamming on the control panel as a brief moment of thrust throws you back in your seat before you whip forward again. Warnings flash all over your monitors, and sirens and alerts sound from all over the cockpit. Kalike 5, abort launch and cut thrusters. It takes a few seconds for you to comprehend the engineer, but once you do, you quickly pull the flight sticks back to the neutral position. The roar of your frame's engines dies, and the cockpit regains its previous stillness. You wince as the metallic taste of blood fills your mouth. Alright, Kalike 5, hang tight for a moment. Your frame's restraints didn't accept the disengage command, so you're still attached to the Kalike. We're going to need to run a diagnostics. Shouldn't take too long. You slip into the cockpit's chair and exhale deeply, your heart still pounding a million beats per minute and your lips stinging. You continue to slow your breathing as you listen to the still open communications channel from the maintenance crew as they work to get your frame released. Hey, yeah, looks like the restraints disengage command didn't register. Yeah, Unit 5. Alright, yeah. Get Unit 6 out. No, says waiting for this one. Okay. So diagnostic, then reboot if necessary. The entire crew, squadron's gonna die, aren't they?
Kalike 6, launching.
Boop. What do you mean hardware fault? We checked this 10 times before Mars at least. Who was assigned Unit 5? Oh, for... Fine, right. Shut down systems and run the diagnostic again. I don't want this frame out there in the next... I want this frame out there in the next 5 minutes. Kalike 5, we're going to shut down your frame system for a moment so we can run diagnostics. Stay ready, though. We'll have you launching soon. Kalike 5, understood. Ready and waiting. As your cockpit fades to darkness again, you release the flight sticks and suddenly realize how long you've been clenching your fists around them. You flex your fingers and roll your shoulders, exhaling again as you begin to hear the muffled sounds of engineers working on your frame's restraints. Staring at the dead monitor, you slowly begin to smile. This is what you wanted, wasn't it? You spent so long worrying about this mission that you'd thrown it up twice in the past 24 hours. Now it looks like that was all for nothing. You got what you wanted and you were safe. As safe as you can be, strapped to the outside of a military carrier in an inactive armored frame, anyway. Your smile widens inadvertently at that thought. Getting shot down in an inactive frame, still in its restraints. You'd become a cautionary tale for engineers and pilots throughout the entire Jovian colony fleet. Your mind turns quickly to the rest of your squadron. When they returned, you'd be the laughingstock of the entire Kalike. The pilot had spent their entire first mission stuck in a dark cockpit. You dodged a bullet, but you'd never.
This is Calig 6. They've cut off the flight path. There's more. There's a whole squadron of carriers coming in from E-Field.
Of course it's an ambush.
Calig 1, they're going to cut you off from the fleet.
Calig 6's signal disappearing as you sit bolt upright as you begin pressing buttons trying to activate your cockpit's main monitor so you can see what's going on. However, with your frame systems shut down remotely by the maintenance crew, you can do nothing but sit in the dark stillness and listen to events unfold.
Calig 6, respond. Calig 6, what's going on? How many carriers are coming in from E-Field? Ma'am, Calig 6's signal has been lost. It's not responding. Ma'am, he's...
Hold it together, Calig 4. All units form up. Defensive formation on me. I said all units, Calig 2. Don't break formation.
Ma'am, they're firing at us. There's so many of them. Oh God, ma'am, help!
In an instant, your communications channel is flooded with cries of terror and panic. You hear your squad mates, your fellow pilots, exclamations of fear as this unexpected enemy force bears down on them. Screams and yelps, wails and howls fill your head as you sit powerless in the dark confines of your cockpit. Hey, who's out there? Engineering, hey, get me ready. I can help. Get me ready to launch. Engineering? They're getting killed out there. I need to go. Now. You shout demands to get your frame ready for launch over the channel, but are met with no response. In the dark of the cockpit, with your controls unresponsive, you can't be sure whether the channel is closed or if no one's listening. With all attention turned toward receiving the battle damage units from your squad. Listen to me. Anyone. Get me out there. You desperately begin attempting a manual override of your systems, but find that nothing responds to you. The only spark of light that you can glean from your friends, or from your frame, is a small diagnostic progress bar. I need to be out there. Anyone? Hey! One last desperate attempt, you begin hammering on your cockpit walls, hoping to get the attention of the engineers you could hear outside earlier. The entire time the chaos of the combat out in space is narrated to you in broken fragments of radio chatter.
There's 3, 4 on me. I've lost my shield. I can't shake them. They're everywhere. Line of retreat's totally cut off. We can't get back to the ship. Man, what do we do?
Stop heading and form up. 3 and 4. On me. We're going to punch a hole through their formation and...
Ma'am, come in, ma'am. Oh no. Oh God, oh no.
One by one, your squad's... I was right about them all dying. One by one, your squad signals disappear, and the cacophony of panic disappears, replaced by the gentle hiss of static. That's almost worse. You stop hammering on the side of your cockpit as the last voice is cut off. You're drenched in a cold sweat now, and your empty stomach feels like a rock has sunk to the bottom of it. You lean back and stare blankly ahead. This is Calig 5. Ready for takeoff. Womp womp. September 21st, planetary calendar 209. Despite last-minute reinforcements for the Solar Federation from their headquarters on Earth, the Battle above Lunar is a victory for the joint Martian-Jovian forces. This would be the final battle of the Solar War. Having lost their lost stronghold on Lunar, the Solar Federation would agree to a ceasefire and sign an armistice to end hostilities. An uneasy peace fills the solar system. So I would have had one mission and probably died on it had we not gotten stuck. With the conflict between the Solar Federation and the Martian-Jovian Alliance concluded, the Kalike and her crew soon returned to the Europa colony near Jupiter. April 19th, planetary calendar 2, so 5 years later? 4.5 years later. The reduced need for pilots, away from the delicate space between Earth and Mars, saw Ensign Bunn reassigned to security detail aboard various Jovian ships. He's eventually promoted to lieutenant. 4 years have passed since the battle above Lunar. The Jovian colony fleet, fearing fresh aggression from Earth, has increased patrols near its colonies after picking up unusual signals coming from further out in the solar system. Okay, I can click once to get it out there. The patrol ship JFS Gundog, we have a title, or part of a title, is dispatched to support the JFS O'Brien and its Investigation of these signals. Jovian space. Aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. Got like a Shadowgate vibe to the layout. As the rumble of the Gundog's engines boiling to life reverberates through the ship, you clench your fists. It's been 4 years, and to this day, the sensation of tremors, whether they're ship engines, docking clamps, or weapons drills, still ties your stomach in knots. Bad trait for a ship security officer. You shake your head. Oh, are we a cop? That's fine. I mean, we're security. It's not necessarily a cop. It's kind of a cop. But we are part of a military, so... Whatever. You shake your head and exhale slowly, taking a moment before stowing the last of your possessions and pushing the drawer closed. You feel the click as it locks into place, and the exterior plastic paneling sits completely flush with its surrounding. Stepping back, you look around the room. Take another deep breath and hold it for a moment. Although this was far from your first posting as security officer, you always felt the same sense of trepidation, if not anxiety. As similar as all the ships were, they came with their own unique crews and personalities, and with those came unique problems. Breathing out, you take a look around the room, taking stock of your surroundings. Select the Look button to examine your surroundings by selecting items of interest. Select it again when you're done. Standard cruise bunk. Once you've selected one, you've selected them all. Although, this is one of the nicer ones I've been assigned to. Wall panel can be removed by jimmying it with a thin object. That might come into play later. And crew members often stash contraband there. Looks like this one's not been touched, though. Just a normal storage unit. I travel light, so mine only has clothes in it. Okay. So lets me control the room's lighting from the bed. I keep my books here, too. I'm currently reading the Tales of the Cosmic Champion series. This terminal lets me access the ship's computer. It's got a clock, a word processor, and even a calendar. Fancy. You can also access records and my orders from here, but for anything else I'd need to access the core, which is limited to those in operations or command. Just give me for anything else before I check the door. Standard door with an electronic lock and a magnetic bolting system. The only way in or out unless you plan on getting creative with the maintenance tunnels. That also seems like a hint. Alright. Select the Use button to interact with your surroundings by selecting specific objects to use them. Select the button again when you're done. Let's switch to the rest of the rooms here. Should I use it? Yeah. Lunch board is still in the middle of the day based on Jovian Standard Time. I'm being here right now that I need just my uniform and some toiletries. And the lights back on. It looks like I've been instructed to report to the bridge to meet the captain. I haven't met anyone yet since my transport to the spaceport ran late, and I just about made it on board before launch. Oh. I'll save. I right-clicked by accident. Move button to a different location. Okay. Okay. You step out into an empty corridor and give the door to your quarters, and the door to your quarters gently hisses shut behind you. Its keypad gives a short series of beeps, and you hear the locking gauge. The dull thrum of the ship systems is barely audible, but otherwise you are stood in total silence. Air is cooler outside of your quarters, and the corridor has a sterile lack of aroma. It's been the same on every ship you've been stationed on, and at this point it doesn't surprise you. Okay, so this is a Swift-class something vessel. If I go right towards the aft, I'll arrive in the central hub, and then I can head to the bridge. Dalton Grange, not someone I've met before. Ira Rumney doesn't sound familiar. Anson Cruis. Alright. I like the low gravity warning sign. Right. You leave the crew block behind, and you find yourself in a much larger corridor that stretches off to your left, and with multiple smaller corridors leading from it. To your right, the corridor leads to a large plaza-like space. A very faint breeze coming from your left ruffles your hair and chills you slightly, and you hear the sounds of human activity. From the right, you can hear the hum of the ship's engines more clearly now, as well as the occasional low, quiet whirring sound. Looks like I was right. This portion of the thoroughfare will let me access both sets of crew quarters, the mess hall, the hangar, and the central hub. And then I can access the rest of the ship's areas. I should hurry up to meet the captain before I look around anywhere else. ship's hangar. Since I'm a security detail, the only time I should be spending there is when I'm carrying out my daily checks. On a larger ship, you'd see people coming and going constantly, so it's very eerie how quiet this one is. The mess hall. I don't imagine a ship the size as a cook or even a kitchen, so it's probably just a vent mate unit. Or it could be down that way. Fire control, maybe? As you enter the central hub, you hear a loud whirring noise and the engines grow louder. You can see the readouts above one of the elevators change, letting you know someone is using it to travel to another part of the ship. Looking around, you see the entrances to both the fore and aft side of thoroughfares, as well as the corridor to the airlocks. These elevators will take you to the bridge where the captain will be. I shouldn't waste any more time. The ship can be accessed from the two thoroughfares, but some areas like the bridge are situated on different levels, so I need to be accessed by elevator. There should be access for maintenance, crawlways around here somewhere, but those are usually only for emergencies. Okay, so the other one's sick bay. I'm guessing. This way leads to the aft of the ship. I'm totally familiar with Swift-class ships, but at least I know the engine room is that way. That's the foreside thoroughfare where I've just come from. The crew's quarters, hangar, and mess hall are down that way. Probably. Knowing that you need to report to the captain, who at this point of the ship's journey should be stationed on the bridge, you make your way towards the elevators and press the call button. You step back and watch the indicators above each elevator, waiting for one to arrive. As you wait, your mind begins to wander, and you're caught unaware as you feel something suddenly jab into your back, and a voice from behind you declares, "Hands in the air, identify yourself." Your posture stiffens as you snap back to reality, caught completely off guard by the voice behind you. Thoughts race through your mind as you try to figure out what's going on. Could there already be another security detail on board? That shouldn't be possible as far as you knew. As far as you knew, you were the only one. Unless... I said, "Hands in the air, punk." You tentatively raise your hands, palms flat, and facing forwards, as whatever has been thrust in the small of your back is removed slowly, and you hear the person behind you take a step backwards. You exhale and begin to turn around. Lieutenant Bunn, Security Detail, ID SO254JFSG. I'm on my way to meet the captain, too. Where you've been expecting a gruff crew member, instead you're met with a bright and cheery officer waving a pen around with a large smile on her face. You're taken aback for a moment, as this isn't just any officer. This is Cassie. What are you?
Neko, I missed you so much.
I wonder if it changes your character model based on the pronouns.
You big doofus. You should have seen your face when you turned around. You were all... I love that face you make when you think you're in trouble. It's like you think you're playing the big soldier will get you out of trouble. It's so cute.
Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn, you probably should have known, really. She's always been one for bad jokes and stupid pranks, as long as you've known her. Her less than professional attitude and penchant for her responsibility is the reason why, despite her talents, she's not commanding a ship of her own.
So, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good did I get you? You totally thought you were being busted, right?
But, if you're being honest, her playful nature is what attracted you to her in the first place. You've been dating for nearly 2 years now, but a lot of that has been over electronic mail or in letters. Your postings have never lined up until now. Cassie, what are you doing here? I thought you were stationed on the Reliant? You never said you were being transferred. What happened?
Well, the thing about that is, you might say that a disagreement with the head of operations in the Reliant led to a lateral trajectory for my career.
Cassandra, please.
Okay. So maybe, when it came time to change the ship's cybersecurity passwords, I couldn't be bothered to spend all day sitting in the computer core.
We stand in an interstellar long-distance relationship, by the way. Down for it, as long as it works.
Waiting for it to generate new code, so I just changed all the existing passwords by a single digit.
I mean... I wouldn't say that's the worst idea. Like, someone would be expecting a more complex feeling. You place your face in your hands as a dull groan rises from the back of your throat. This isn't the first time you've heard a story like this.
And maybe it turns out that when they run the cybersecurity drills, they assume the enemy have your old passwords, so try brute forcing from those. And maybe that meant the ship was compromised in 0.5 seconds. At least they found out I'd done that in a drill and not in a real engagement, right? So basically, I've saved the entire ship in advance.
I'm surprised you're still even stationed on a ship. How are you not stuck back in a records room at a Europa colony right now?
Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but if I can't trust you, who can I trust? Turns out this mission was organized at really short notice, and the Gundog was the only ship available. Problem was that they'd been having issues with the crew, so I had to transfer some in short notice. Like for me, that I'd so recently been made available.
That's weird. I'd only just been stationed on the Duke, so I shouldn't have been free to be transferred. She may have finagled some things.
Okay, you figured it out. I may have used one of my contacts from the Academy who works in research to transfer you over to here.
I'm pretty sure you know every regulation you broke by doing that.
And what was I supposed to do? Get stationed on some tiny ship heading out to the middle of nowhere with no one I know from the crew? We haven't seen each other in months. Aren't you glad to see me?
Of course I'm glad to see you. I missed you too, you know? It's been a long time.
You don't become part of the Reliant Operations Department without some serious talent. I'm not going anywhere.
Not on the Reliant.
Oh, you said you were on your way to see the captain, right? Have you had a chance to take a look around the ship yet?
No, not yet. I was going to...
Great, I'll show you around. I've only been here a few days, so I basically know the ship like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go first?
I was on my way to see the captain. I felt the engine start up, so I know we're launching soon, and I thought I should probably report it as soon as possible.
Oh, don't worry about that. I've already logged you on board, so it's just a formality now. Besides, Captain Barnamuse isn't exactly a stickler for procedure, so we can check out anywhere you want before we head up there.
Well, alright. In that case...
Great. This is going to be the best tour you've ever been on. By the time it's over, you'll have seen every inch of the ship and met everyone on board. It's been so long since we last saw each other, too. We definitely need to take time to stop by my quarters and get reacquainted.
You now access every area of the Gundog. Select the talk button to see a list of who's available to talk to. Change your mind, select the talk button again. Okay. Look around the central hub as Cassandra already begins to make her way to your first destination, waving at you to follow. Might be a small ship, you think, but now would be the perfect opportunity to learn its layout and familiarize yourself with where you'll be spending your current duty. Plus, you admit it wouldn't hurt to meet all the crew. Better get to know them sooner rather than later. Alright, so, yeah, right-click brought up the menu. Let's save again. Okay. Nothing else to look at, really? You go and talk to?
That's kind of funny now that I think about it.
What is?
This area is called the Central Hub, but to be honest, the only places you can get to straight away from here are the airlock, sickbay, or the bridge. It's right in the middle of the ship, so it connects everything together by the... I'm sorry.
Well, it's right in the middle of the ship, so it connects everything together via the two thoroughfares, right?
Kinda, but you want to get to engineering to do some mechanical work, you got a long way to go that way. And you want to do pretty much anything else, you got to go the other way. The Forsyth Thoroughfare is more of a hub since you can get to all sorts of places really quickly. Get some snacks from the mess hall to take back to your quarters? Easy. You want a quick soda while taking an audit in the hangar? You're there and back in no time. They should move the bridge to the front of the ship.
It would be like you just want a vending machine on the bridge.
Hey, that's not a bad idea. But still, it's a long way to get from the other end of the to the other end of the ship, no matter where you're coming from.
How would you solve that problem?
Maybe change the shape of the ship so the center's really the center. It's space, so you can make a really efficient shape, like a cube or something.
A cube? I guess it could be efficient, but I don't think anyone would take a cube-shaped ship seriously. Okay. Oh, it's the same thing every time. Got it. Until you leave the central hub behind you and travel down this aft side thoroughfare, the hum of the engines continues to grow louder. You'd effectively filter the noise out in the rest of the ship, but as you get closer to the rear of the ship, its volume increases considerably. Are the engines supposed to be that loud?
Are the what?
I said, are the engines supposed to be that loud?
The what?
I said...
I heard you the first time, I'm just messing with you.
Could have fooled me. I've never been on a ship where the engines are so noticeable. Is it supposed to be like that?
Supposed to? No, not really, but the Gundog is a Swift class, a type of patrol ship that's designed for rapid response. They're made to cover large areas of space quickly and offer basic assistance to ships in distress. That or to be the first on the scene and gather intel and issue warnings if anyone comes too close to Jovian space. Which means, design-wise, they prioritize speed over everything else. I guess the best way to sum all that up is the Gundog is basically a huge set of engines with a tiny ship strapped to them.
Well, that's reassuring.
Oh, it's fine. It just means there are no spacer systems like motion dampeners or soundproofing. You'll miss it when you leave. That leads to the engineering block. From there you can access the engine room, the main computer, and most of the ship's systems. Although you won't be going anywhere near those systems if the chief has anything to say about it. Right down that corridor is the armory where all the ship's firearms are stored. Normally access has to be granted from the bridge, but since you're the security officer, you've got access coded into your key card. Okay. I guess we'll go to engineering and work from the way back. As you continue through the aft thoroughfare, the throne of the engines grows louder still. The featureless paneling that has made up the majority of the ship's interior quickly gives way to visible pipes and conduits, and eventually the smooth flooring transitions to grating, revealing more workings underfoot. Finally, the thoroughfare leads into one huge open chamber filled with masses of machinery. Terminal panels set to the side of various apparatus cycle through different readings. The light from the screens reflected off ducts and valves. All this equipment is separated by a grid of catwalks and access ladders. Wow, that's a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is right. This is central engineering. Pretty much every system aside from the engines themselves and the central computer can be found in this room. All in one place? Isn't that a little risky? Well, a Swift-class ship relies on an absolutely minimal crew. The Gundog only has 2 engineers. I think they figured it'd be easier on them if everything that was important was kept in one place. That way they don't have to run from one end of the ship to another to get all the repairs done if something goes wrong. Huh, you certainly know a lot about ship engineering. What can I say? I'm a pretty talented individual. Oh yeah? Whilst you're there, whilst we're there, can you share some of that knowledge? You can share some of that knowledge. What's that over there? That's the Felinic conversion unit. And what's that? That's the omnifaceted wane shaft. Uh-huh, what about that? That's the turbo encabulator? Every day is a school day. I'm head of operations, not chief engineer. Okay, I don't need to know what... Hey, no one better be screwing up there. Screwing around up there. Let's jump as a stern voice barks you from below. Looking down, you see through the grating there's another catwalk situated below the one you're stood on, with a crew member moving at speed toward the ladder that joins the 2 walkways. I swear, if I find so much as a single terminal readout out of place, I'm stuffing the 2 of you in the organics processing system. I have to retrieve one more pen from behind the compressors. The crew member continues to grumble as they ascend. Oh. Quinn, you better not be here to tell me that your favorite pen has somehow fallen into the system block again. No, Chief, got it right here. Is this gonna be all ladies? Is this gonna be a weird harem anime thing? Damn straight you do. Now make sure you hang on to that one, or you're gonna need someone to pull you out of the system block instead. Who's this? Our wayward security officer? You got a name there? You quickly throw a sharp salute at the woman in front of you without even checking her rank first. Not only does she loom over you physically, but you quickly pick up on a force of personality that feels like it adds an extra 6 inches to her considerable stature. Lieutenant Bond, security officer for the JFS Gundog, ma'am. Less of that man business, Bond. Your name's Mackenzie Cathays. Chief engineer, but that's chief to you. Yes, Matt, chief. Damn straight. Now, what the 2 of you doing in engineering? I'm just giving Lieutenant Bond a tour of the ship, chief. That's so. You've never been on a ship before, Lieutenant? First assignment? Never on a Swift class, Chief. I've only served on a strike or supply classes to date. That's so. Which strike vessels? The JFS Victory and the JFS Thunderbolt, Chief. Victory and Thunderbolt, huh? Don't think either of those are less than 3 years old, so probably wouldn't have seen with the new streamlined distribution systems. I wonder if you could have seen the power coils, though. I think the Victory was part of that production. You and Cassandra exchange a quick nervous glance as the chief, who previously seemed like she was about to physically throw both of you out of engineering, suddenly begins a conversation with herself. You continue to stand to a nervous attention. Oh, God damn it. Like, I got a wandering middle finger, and I keep right-clicking. You can nervous attention as she ruminates about ship components. Chief, is there anything I can help you with about those ships? Oh, huh? Lieutenant, I didn't realize you were still here. No, you're off the hook, bud. Not unless you can tell me whether the Victory was outfitted with the 3rd generation B-Pack upgrades anyway. Sorry, Chief. Don't think I could. I wonder if that's because the retrofitting takes into account space availability in the ship's interior for minimal traversal impact. Or maybe it could be that it takes... I think now would be a good time for us to move on. Good idea. Well, that's all, Chief. We'll just be going now. Hmm? Oh yeah, sure. Don't let me catch you screwing around in here again. There's so much machinery in here. If what Cassie says is true, and that's all the ship's systems are packed in here. Could be anything. It's certainly giving off a lot of heat, though. That's the power distribution module. Ah. Oh, Chief, it's you. What is it? The power distribution module. was situated above the Gundog's main reactor, and this is the system which distributes the power to all the ship's various systems.
Oh, is that... right.
These are the
Central computer room. Contains the ship's mainframe that all the ship's terminals are connected to. It also runs the majority of the ship's hardware. There's a primary access terminal located in there too that gives access to the door of the terminal of the ship's office. But for security, only the captain has use of it. Great, thanks for that up, Chief. Anything else?
In other words, that door leads to one of the ship's
engine rooms. There's another engine room on the other side of the ship. It's not exactly an efficient layout when you're running tests on the systems, but it's what they thought would work best in terms of keeping it swift and compact. Oh, thanks, Chief. She's just jealous already. So much going on here that I've got no idea what anything is. This could be a waste processing unit, or it could be life support. Oh, sorry, Chief. What was up? This unit's part of the life support system. To be exact, this is an assessment center of sorts. It continuously samples the atmosphere on board to ensure that it's an optimum level to keep us all alive. Oh, huh.
Okay, but really, when the chief says we shouldn't screw around in here, she's right. We should probably get moving.
What'd you do?
Why would you say that?
No, really though, what did... Who the hell dropped the chocolate bar in the secondary moisture converter?
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
It's melted in the outlet valve. I'll kill them. Yes, Lieutenant? Well, Chief, I was just stopping by to tell me one. Why is it that the ship security officer on a vessel with only 10 crew... What is it that the ship security officer on a vessel with only 10 crew does all day? Oh, so that is... because I'll tell you what a chief engineer does. A chief engineer spends every damn minute of the day trying to keep pace with all the systems on board this vessel, making sure they're all running absolutely flawlessly. You know why? Did it again. Because I don't think it's a thin line between optimum comfort and a horrific... Because if I don't, then it's a thin line between optimum comfort and a horrific death in the cold expanse we call space. So I'll be frank, Lieutenant. Unless you're about to help me redirect these condensers while I refresh the primary moisture chamber, then I don't know what good is going to come from you hanging around and distracting me. Understood? Yes, Chief. Well done. If you really want something, you can go and check out with the junior engineer in the hangar. Kid's probably slowed down since I last put the fear of the void into him. Wow. You swipe your keycard through the card reader set in the terminal by the door leading to the central computer. The door doesn't open, and instead you hear a harsh tone from the terminal, which is now displaying an error message. On the screen you see a message displayed in large flashing letters. Access denied. Insufficient authority.
Oh, even with your security clearance, you won't be able to go into the main computer room. Because the staff is so small, the ship's computer handles a lot of tasks that would normally be done by the crew. It controls a lot of really sensitive functions, so only the captain and the operations team are allowed access.
Oh? I don't think any of the ships I've been on have had a computer system like this.
The bigger ships usually have their computing distributed amongst multiple systems across the ship. But because they've also got larger crews, there's more that the people on board are responsible for. I think that because Swift class is so small and there's such a limited crew, they need to assign more functionality to the computer. Because of that, it's a lot more vital that no one screws around with it.
I see. You said that operations have access? Can we take a look at using your authority?
Well, since the whole reason I'm here is that I didn't exactly take my responsibilities with the Reliance computer system seriously, the captain's told me not to mess around with it.
Ah.
That's not that interesting anyway.
Check out the engines. See if you watch from around the corners. Chief Cathays continued to mutter herself, paces back and forth, checking terminal readouts and various displays. Eventually, she heads down the ladder that she'd climbed to confront you. Now, at a sight, Cassandra darts towards the engine room, gesturing you over. Checking over your shoulder in case the chief has reappeared, you make your way to her, just then for the doorway to the engine room to open, and Cassandra disappears inside before you can raise an objection. Well, it's gotta be better than staying here with the chief.
Ooh, he's spinning.
The room you find yourself in is a similar size to the area you just left, but whilst that was crammed full of a huge range of machinery, this room is almost entirely filled by one colossal cylindrical device. The pulse of the engine is now a tangible sensation as the vibrations it emits shake your whole body.
So this is the main engine. Well, one of them anyway. Like Chief said, the ship's outfitted with 2 of these.
I see what you meant now when you said the Gundog's a huge set of engines with a ship strapped to them. This thing's massive.
I know. I look at it and I feel like you could probably fit the rest of the ship in this room if the engine weren't there.
That's because it's impossible to get the Higgs field distortion drive any smaller. Ah, Chief.
Oh, Chief. I know you said
So these engines are actually a combination of nuclear pulse engines built around a Higgs field distortion drive. If the HFDD wasn't here, then this engine could be about 10 times smaller than it is. Well, here they managed to improve the efficiency of newer MPEs, so it's possible the space saving could be more like 11 times smaller. Can either you tell me how an HFDD works?
HFDD?
Higgs field distortion drive. What did they teach you at the Academy? It's the drive that allows ships to move far beyond speeds allowed by conventional engines, though it's nowhere near faster than light. It's what lets us get around the solar system without needing to worry about whether we'll live long enough to see the end of the journey. Anyway, everyone knows about the existence of the Higgs field. It's what allows interactions with the Higgs boson that gives particles their mass. Oh, right. So what the drive does is warp the field relative to the ship and those on board. By doing this, it displaces the mass to a different area of space, but with the same relative... As the Chief continues on with their explanation, you glance at Cassandra. Ooh, I see a really look of terror on her face. You can't blame her. She feels much the same way, caught in this impromptu lecture. Then, because the particles retain their relationship with each other, the general perception is that things are the same as normal. However, from an exterior perspective, the lecture drags on, and you quickly lose track of the Chief's explanation. Although you recognize the words she's saying, you can no longer make sense of the context, and they come to seem like a meaningless string of sounds. That makes sense? Yeah, so the field is it's got the mass, which is pushed. No. How to put it? Okay, so imagine that space is a ketchup packet, and you're the sauce.
The sauce?
Right, the sauce. Now, what the distortion drive does, it's like a thumb on the universe of the packet. It moves the sauce around by changing the shape of the packet to push the sauce. The packet is the universe, where the sauce and the drive is a thumb? You got it. You quickly glance back to Cassandra and meet her eyes as she's doing the same thing. You know for certain that neither of you have got it. And that's why these edges have to be so big, to house that drive. Oh, all makes sense now. Yeah, I see. Yeah, definitely. Great. Well, now that you appreciate the science behind it, I don't have to throw you out of here. Thanks, Chief. Anytime. Just remember, Lieutenant. Yes, Chief? Screw with anything, and I'll throw you out the airlock instead. Yes, Chief.
Sauce?
Alright. I'm gonna put something outside the game real quick. Back to work. Okay, one of the ship's two engines. Apparently it's that big because it's a combination of standard nuclear pulse engine and a Higgs field distortion drive. I think I almost lost consciousness when the Chief was explaining it to me. Anything else to look at? Nope.
So we're the sauce,
Right.
and the universe is the packet?
I thought that the field was the packet.
But then then is the field in the universe, or is the universe in the field? We're gonna have to have some very theoretical,
Or we're going to have some very theoretically challenging meal times. Alright, head back to engineering. Head back to the thoroughfare. We'll check out the armory. Or no.
Computer says been fully processed yet. You'll have to beat the cabin before you try to...
Was that me trying to get into the armory? I'm sorry. Yeah, okay. I don't have the necessary clearance to access this room yet. If I want to go in, I'll need to speak to the captain. So much for guns. Alright, central hub. As you head away from the central hub, the noise from the engine becomes quieter and the ambient temperature feels noticeably cooler. The thoroughfare stretches out in front of you with doorways leading to other areas of the ship visible in the distance.
And here we are in the...
Fortified thoroughfare. I know. I went to my quarters earlier when I came aboard.
What did you just say?
Fortified thoroughfare?
No, I don't think you did.
I 100% said Forsyth fair.
Aha!
It's a tricky thing to say. You try saying it quickly. Forsyth thoroughfare.
Forsyth Thoroughfare, Fortified thoroughfare, fortified thoroughfare.
Hi yourself.
We'll call this one a draw, Lieutenant.
Alright. She's still trying, okay. Two of you head down the four-side thoroughfare away from the crew quarters. Cassie stops by a double-sized doorway and runs her keycard through the reader next to it.
Watch your step.
Oh, it's low gravity in the hangar. That makes sense. She instructs tapping your knuckles on a large warning sign next to the door that reads low gravity zone. Once the door opens, she heads through and you follow her into a wide stairwell. It only takes 2 sets of steps before you can feel yourself grow lighter. By the time you reach the doorway at the bottom, you're almost floating. Stepping into the hangar and onto the catwalk, the first thing that strikes you are the profiles of the 2 armored frames. Stood as if on guard, facing into the main area of the hangar. They're different build than the ones from the initial assault, too. But you fully expected to see them here. Every Jovian ship features at least a few. Sight of the armored frames stirs uncomfortable memories in you, and you inadvertently grit your teeth and squeeze the handrail you grabbed tightly. It doesn't have the big tube on the back. Flashback time.
Ma'am, they're firing at us. There's so many of them. Oh god, ma'am, help. Lighter's feet suddenly cut off. We can't get back to the ship. Man, what do we do? What do we do?
Stop heading and form up. 3 and 4. On me. We're going to put it all through the formation end. So much for that.
Hey, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think it's just a change of gravity level. Left me a bit queasy.
I know how you feel. I was late for a hangar audit once and rushed down straight after a big lunch. Moving so fast that the gravity shift, my stomach contents couldn't keep up.
Gross.
Tell me about it. I did everything I could to keep my mouth shut. You know the rule for low gravity zones. What you spew is left up to you. I was going to be late and on cleanup duty.
Speaking of duties, shouldn't there be someone around here?
Dalton should be around here somewhere. If you're feeling funny, stay here for a moment and I'll see if I can find him.
Sure. You watch as, despite the 15-meter difference between the catwalk and the hangar floor, Cassie nonchalantly places her 2 hands on the handrail and deftly vaults over it into the emptiness. Next to low gravity, she doesn't fall, but it kicks off the railing, propelling herself through the air. As Cassandra drifts off, eventually catching onto one of the armored frame's legs and using it to swing herself around to float in a different direction, you place your elbow on the railing and your head in your hand. You turn your attention back to the stoic features on the armored frame's heads and sigh deeply. Your attention is caught by the cockpit hatch on one of the frames being half open. Looking around, you see everything you'd expect. Armored frame weapon racks, storage containers, various equipment, all of it restrained appropriately and fastidiously arranged. The cockpit hatch is the only thing that breaks the pattern.
It's weird, I can't find him anywhere. I know it's definitely a shift right now, so he should be around somewhere.
Looking past Cassandra at the armored frame with the ajar cockpit hatch, a thought strikes you. I think I might have an idea. Follow me. You carry out the same vaulting maneuver that Cassie performed and kick off towards the huge machine's cockpit. Once close enough, you grab a hold of its arm and pull yourself up towards the open hatch. A few seconds later, Cassie appears beside you, and you both notice the sound of gentle snoring coming from within the cockpit. Well, Lieutenant Commander, I think this is an operation issue, so I'll let you handle it.
You can discipline up to me again, huh?
Cassandra nimbly clambers up the armored frame, positioning yourself right before the cockpit. Bracing herself on the machine's chest, she brings her heel down sharply and repeatedly on the armor.
Cadet Grange, attention!
You hear a muffled scream from within the cockpit, followed by a dull thud. A string of muttered cursing, and then finally a figure emerges from the cockpit.
Oh, man, I was just checking the calibrations. The calibrations of the AF. I'd got some feedback that... Oh, it's just you, Commander Quinn. Excuse me, Cadet? Just?
Did I address a superior officer, Cadet? Also, yeah, she's our superior officer. I just realized that. If she's a commander, we're a lieutenant.
Oh, ma'am. No, ma'am. I wasn't expecting to see you in the hangar, ma'am. Okay, you can tone it down a bit, Dalton. Oh, yes, ma'am? Good enough, I suppose. Anyway, Cadet, this is Lieutenant Bunn, Ship Security Officer.
Sir, Cadet. Cadet Dalton Grange, Junior Engineer. Good to meet you, Cadet. Looks like they got you working hard?
Looks like, no, sir. Well, that is, yes, sir. Well, not so hard to fall asleep. No, sir. We're calibrating the sensor array on the...
Take it easy, Cadet. We've all taken a nap in the cockpit in our lives.
Yeah, well... course, we never took cockpit naps with the chief giving us our orders, so you probably need to get back on whatever you were doing, huh? I totally forgot. She's gonna kill me. Good kid, right?
I feel sorry for him already. This time I'm gonna save on purpose. What was the option? Oh, okay. The graphics modes. Alright, let's take a look around. Those two armored frames are both Juno models, the workhorse of the Jovian colony fleet's military. They look like they're a newer type than the one I piloted on Kalike, so I was right. Okay. On the Kalike. Almost piloted. The main hangar doors typically only used when the ship is docked to bring on board large containers or equipment. On a ship like this, the AFs launch from smaller hatches beneath them. There's also a maintenance airlock somewhere so that the whole hangar doesn't need to be depressurized if there's work to be done outside. The hangars also used to store the various tools and equipment that the engineering team uses throughout the ship. A lot of the machinery is used for moving freight or AF equipment around. Most of these crates contain mechanical supplies, spare parts, tools, etc. There's a few that contain all the long life ingredients for the Venmate in the mess hall, and then some that contain various essentials for the crew. On a ship like this, its operations need to act like a quartermaster, but I've been on some ships where if you're friendly with the hangar crew, they can sneak you the good stuff. Not that I condone that kind of behavior, obviously. Okay. Hey, Cadet, how's it? Ugh! Hey there, take it easy, it's just me. Oh, Lieutenant, sorry. I thought you were someone else. What's this crew possibly doing that's got you so jumpy? Oh, it's not the crew, it's just the chief. She really likes a surprise inspection and making sure that I'm working as fast as she expects me to. Just once a day, I'll think I'm alone somewhere and suddenly... Cadet Dalton, report. I don't know how she does it. I'll have an eye on the entrance and the entire time she can still appear from nowhere. I think she just uses the maintenance ducts. Okay, take it easy. I'm pretty sure it's just us in here. Okay, if you're sure. Anyway, how can I help you, Lieutenant? I'm just trying to get to know about the ship and its crew, find out what they're all about. Oh, huh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. So what are you up to here, Cadet? Oh, I'm actually working on 2 projects at the moment as part of my engineering degree. First is my own project, high-density, rapid expansion emergency sealant for hull breaches. That sounds like Chekhov's hull sealant. We're going to compound that's designed to be released in case of a breach and seal up cracks to prevent atmosphere loss. Sounds pretty impressive. How's that going? Not too well, Lieutenant. I intended it to be used within the ship as a safety measure for the crew. But the technical officer who oversees my progress back at the academy has instructed me to find a way to weaponize it. It needs to be good for mobilizing enemy AFs. It still seems like it's being put to good use if it's cutting down on casualties, don't you think? I guess so. What's the second? Oh, this just said they were working on for the chief. It's a set of modifications for Juno to increase its mobility in space. Cadet Dalton, report. Ma'am, yes, Chief. Yeah, Chief, yes, Chief. I'm in the process of... I think I'll leave him to get on with it. Where'd she come from, anyway? I wish I'd worn my uniform trousers today. What's up? Maybe you could play low-gravity tag or something, but now Dalton's back up and about, we can't. I don't think he's gonna snitch on you anytime soon. That's not what I mean. I don't follow? Honestly, have you considered the issues of floating around in a skirt? Oh! Just count yourself lucky. I would have kicked your ass. Alright. Back to the thoroughfare. The mess hall next. It is Venmates. And here we have the highlight of the entire tour, the mess hall. Cassandra's face is radiating happiness as she gestures through the double doorway that you're stood by into the mess hall. Looking inside, you see a canteen like any other. Tables, chairs, vending machines. It's all here. This is the highlight? I like the little steamy cup somebody left out. Looks like a pretty standard mess hall to me. You bet. You know why? Tell me. Because they've both got different kinds of vending machines. The red one that stocks the spicy potato chips and the white one that has all the different chocolate bars. Wow, so that's all the bases covered, huh? They've got the fundamentals, all the fundamental food groups. I'm not sure... Hey, Quid. Oh, rough voice calls out from further in. You hadn't noticed them previously because of Cassandra's enthusiastic presentation of the vending machines, but someone sat in the far corner stands up, drops a half-smoked cigarette into a coffee cup, and strides over. Oh, we got an ad rolling, so we're going to find out who that is after the break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. We roll ads to kill pre-roll ads. Yep, see you in a minute. Alright, bring the mic back in. Let's ride. What are we doing here? Oh, we're, talking to the, gruff voice that was in the corner. Okay. Adjust my seating arrangement here. Alright. What's going on, Quinn? No, that's not really gruff, it's whispering.
What's going on, Quinn? Who's this? Lieutenant Rumney, were you just smoking in the mess hall? Take it easy, Quinn. I was sat right by the extractor vent for the meal vendor. No harm, no foul. That's not the point. The extra strain in the air scrubbers from the cigarette... Yeah. So anyway, who's this hottie? Well, cat's got her tongue. Name's Haru Rumney. What about you, good looking?
Oh, Lieutenant Nekobun, ship security. That was the one we saw the name of, and then I think commented that... I forget if that's the one we commented we didn't know them, or they just didn't have a follow-up comment.
Nekobun? Haha, no way, really?
Last time... Oh, she probably knows the story about the flight.
Well, alright, good to know. That's all for me, Bun, but you know where my quarters are, right? Well, you're lost, Lieutenant. Catch you nerds later.
What was that all about?
I can't stand them sometimes.
Oh, they them.
Okay. They try to run the ship like they own the place just because they're one of the only 2 pilots on board. Newsflash, Haru. Second best pilot out of 2 is last place.
Don't worry about them too much. They're not worth it. We appreciate the pronouns of the future. Look at your half-smoked cigarette and your half-drunk coffee. Pretty gross. I don't know why smoking on a ship hasn't been banned yet. Standard food vendor unit installed in all JCF ships. It's half robotic chef, half vending machine. You select what you want and prepares it for you. The ingredients are almost all long-life synthetic reproductions, but it's pretty convincing. When you're done, you can slot the plate back in for cleaning. The Cassie said both kinds. For some reason, certain ships sometimes only have the red one or the white one, so I get why she's excited. Can we use the vending machines? Cassie, shall we get some chips or something?
Maybe we should wait till we've explored a bit more of the ship before we take time off for a snack break.
I'd like you to pass up a snack break, but sure. We're gonna throw this away.
Remember the coffee would go into organics processing, because they dumped their cigarette in there, it'll go into waste. It'll need to go into waste disposal.
What a waste.
I know it's not like our grandparents era when everything in and out had to be balanced, but I can't stand when people ruin recyclables.
Hey Cassie, have you had lunch yet? Maybe we should get something from the vendor?
Maybe not now, I'm not that hungry. Plus they're out of my favorites already.
Oh, that's the hamburger followed by the pineapple salad, right?
Right. I mean, how do you run out of pineapple salad within a week?
I don't think the ship's logistics ever expected a certain someone to have it with every meal.
I mean, not every meal.
Head back out. Check out fire control. Moving beyond the mess hall and hangar access, the two of you continue to the furthest end of the four-side thoroughfare. You are at the very end of the corridor shut, the words fire control printed on it in large stenciled letters. Cassandra swipes her key card through the reader by the door before turning to you.
So this is fire control. The gunner's probably here, but, well, you'll see.
That's pretty cryptic. Damn. As you follow Cassandra through the doorway, your eyes take a moment to adjust as the strip lighting that illuminates the rest of the ship is now conspicuously absent. Instead, the entire room is lit by the phosphorescent glow from an alcove full of screens and readouts. Looking at the screens, each one seems not be showing much more than a few specks and a black background. From experience, though, you know that what you're looking for is is a live feed from the cameras all over the ship's exterior. In the center of this alcove, facing away from you, is a seat like the ones on the bridge. From this angle, it's impossible to tell if there's anyone in it, but you notice a tinny rhythmic hiss coming from it.
So anyway, all the ship's weapon systems are controlled from here. These screens give the gunner a panoramic view of...
Is the gunner here right now? You look over Cassandra's shoulder at the back of the seat. You swear you see a quick flicker of movement, but you can't be sure it's not just the flash of a readout reflecting off a surface.
Oh, Dylan? Yeah, he's here.
Should we say hello?
Well, normally I would, but...
Cassandra leans back slowly as if trying to surreptitiously sneak a peek at what's on the other side of the chair without noticing her. Without it noticing her. She quickly turns back to you after a moment's pause.
He just looks so in the zone, you know? It seems like a shame to interrupt him.
Interrupt what?
Cassandra leans back again, and after a moment quietly gestures for you to come take a look.
But I shifted to her voice for that. I'm sorry. Sat in the chair is a man who looks a little bit older than you. His eyes are closed. If he only looks that old, then... Okay. And his eyes are closed, his face is a picture of absolute serenity. Over his ears are possibly the single largest pair of headphones you've seen in your entire life. As he sits there, oblivious to your presence, his right leg bounces up and down and his wrists flick constantly. You wonder for a moment if he's okay before spying your pop filter shifting off the mic. There we go. Also a cassette player poking out of his jacket pocket. I like how you hear the subdued music. That's good. You realize that the hiss you hear is the slightest whisper of the music that he's listening to escaping from those substantial headphones. Is this okay? Shouldn't he be a bit more attentive?
Don't worry, he's fine. He's not even on duty.
Yeah, but what if there's an alert?
Let's find out.
Cassandra moves over to a panel just before the monitor-laden alcove, takes the receiver off the wall, and enters a few numbers into the keypad.
Hi, Vanessa? Yeah, it's Cassie. Can we test the alert system and fire control? No, I know it's not scheduled. It's a spot check. Yeah, random testing, you know? Chief's orders. Of course she asked. Why would I be asking for a spot test of the alert and fire control if the chief didn't ask? You're darling, thanks. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Loud!
In an instant, you see the figure of the chair bolt upright, yank their headphones off, and lay their hands on the fire control systems, their heads snapping back and forth as they rapidly survey the wall of monitors. False alarm? Or that's not what I want to do.
Hey, Dylan, don't mind us. We just had to do a spot check in the alarm system. Chief's orders.
Oh, hey, Gwen. No problem. Who's this? Lieutenant Nekobun, ship security? Oh, hey, Warrant Officer Dylan Dees, Gunner. Welcome aboard. I'm going to New York with him. I was trying to go southern. Thanks. Well, let me know if you guys need anything. That alert totally got in the way of an awesome solo, so I'm going to rewind and pick up where I left off. Good to meet you. Warrant Officer Dees? Warrant Officer Dees. Dylan. Oh, hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Not bad, thanks. I was wondering if you could explain the control system here to me. Doesn't look like anything like what I've seen before. Oh yeah, well, if you've not been on a small ship like the Gundog, it probably does look weird. Bigger ships have more crew spare, so they could have old-fashioned turret operators. On a ship like this, where it's only one dude flying solo, the whole system's optimized to let them run the entire weapon system alone. Each of these trackballs links up with a different weapon system, which is represented by a reticle shown on the screen. By rolling the balls, I move the targeting reticle from screen to screen and fire all I need to fire. And all I need to do is... And to fire, all I need to do is point and click. Yeah, that's pretty clever. Well, they work so well because we got the computer doing most of the heavy lifting. On bigger ships, the gunners have a lot more physical control. On a ship like this, it's more like playing a really intense video game. I don't really like those spaceship video games. I'd rather play a racing game or something instead. Dead to right. How did they know? How did they know? It's not too bad. Now the war's over, we're not shooting anybody anytime soon. So I can spend all my time here listening to music and staring out into space. Pretty much perfect. Listen to anything good? Yeah, real classic album right now. Ever hear of Trish and the Replicants? It's a cute nod to Bubblegum Crisis. No, sorry. Got back later, I'll lend you a cassette. It's pretty good for such an old band. Thanks for the offer.
Just once I was hoping you wouldn't be here.
Oh?
Yeah, this place would be such a good room to relax in and take in the view of the stars. But day or night, he's always in here either spacing out himself or drumming away. I'm so jealous. Most heads of operations would kill for a crew member who was at their station day or night, you know?
This is weird. Oh, maybe I said that. I'm sorry.
It's weird. The only time I've seen him leave is when the ship's docked. I've come by all sorts of random times. He'd always here. I don't like it.
How much of that is jealousy? Oh, wait. Every single one of these screens is linked to a camera in the ship's hull. Well, it doesn't look like it. This actually represents a 360-degree view around the Gundog. Same thing. Never seen a ship as small as the Gundog, but the controls for the ship's weaponry don't look anything like they do on a bigger ship. They look more like they belong in an office or something. Same thing. Okay, now we'll head out. I didn't use a Cassandra talk about it. Yeah, it's pretty weird seeing a mess hall this quiet.
I like it. On bigger ships, you always got a queue for the machines. They run out of all the best snacks before you get a day out of port. ship like this, you can get whatever you want, whenever you want.
What's your problem have you had with snacks running out before?
You don't even want to know. On the Reliant, I was operating on a preferential shift for chocolate system, but it was tricky. It was tricky, but I did what I had to.
Sounds like it breaks a ton of regulations.
Regulations only get broken if you get caught.
I don't think that's how it works. I know, I agree with her, honestly. Okay,
So your quarters are down this way, huh?
that's right, why?
I was wondering where you'd be. On a Swift class, there's 2 different quarters sections. One is all the department chiefs, while the other has the crew that work within those departments. Since you're the only security officer on board, I was wondering if you'd count as a department head or not.
Well, I guess I don't. I'm just slumming it.
Oh, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that,
I'm messing with you, don't worry about it.
the head of security
is typically under the captain's instruction anyway, so it makes sense that my quarters are down this way.
I guess so, when you put it like that. So have you met any of your neighbors yet?
Well, let's see. Hanson Cruz? Yeah, I know this guy.
You've met him already?
Not on the Gundog. I knew him back on the K Lake.
Oh. Is he the guy you told me about?
That's right. Not what you call my biggest fan.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry.
This is Harrow's room. They've definitely heard what Hanson has to say about me. Probably best I don't run into them too often. I'm guessing Hanson's the other pilot then. Dalton's room. Kid could probably do a little bit of time to relax every now and again. Dylan's room. I can't believe he only uses it when the ship's docked.
It's true to keep a girl hanging around. What do you mean? Maybe we were just hanging out in the corridor like a pair of weirdos. Shouldn't you be inviting me to your quarters or something? Give me the tour?
Well, it's probably identical to your quarters, so... But, you know, I guess it'd be good for you to see them. As you step into your quarters, Cassandra follows you in. She stands by the door for a moment, looking around the room before turning to face you.
Wow, you really like to keep it tidy, don't you?
Well, I just got here. No, it's not a lot of time to make a mess.
Are you kidding? I'm pretty sure my bag exploded the moment I stepped into my quarters.
Jovian military supplies just aren't where they used to be. Or maybe it was operator error?
What's that supposed to mean, Lieutenant?
Nothing. Nothing. Just considering all possibilities.
Wait, is that...
What?
Lieutenant Bun, don't tell me that...
Wait, what is it?
Your chair, is that perfectly aligned with the terminal? I guess nobody's perfect, huh?
I would have made more of an effort if I knew the officer doing spot checks was such a stickler.
I suppose I won't have to report you to the captain this time, Lieutenant. Hey, want to see something cool?
I feel like this may be a bad idea, but go on.
Alright, I've always loved your sense of adventure. Now check this out. You work your fingers into the bottom one of the panels by your bunk. You can take it off its mountings, and there's a recess behind it that you can stash contraband in.
Oh, I guess I was show here. Okay.
Oh. How about this floor panel? Did you know that if you
use something strong enough, you can pry it open and leave? Oh, okay. He knows what's coming up. That's what the deal is. Got it. Use something strong enough that you can pry it open and it leads into a crawl space below the decks that you can use to get to the other areas of the ship? Yeah.
Alright, but I bet you didn't know that if you logged into your terminal and entered a secret code that...
You can play Snake. That too. Sorry.
Well, fine. I guess you probably know every secret on the ship then.
Well, not every secret, but I am a security officer. I've seen and caught every trick there is when it comes to contraband, crew breaking, fraternization rules, or system exploits. You have to get pretty technical to get past me.
Huh.
Wait, how do you know all this?
Oh, well, that is, back to the tour.
We've already looked at all this stuff in ours, so... Crew quarters, too?
And this is the second set of crew quarters. For the operations staff, that's me and Vanessa. The department heads and the captain have their quarters.
Makes sense.
Of course, it's obvious why you'd come this way so often, so soon after finding out I was part of the crew.
What do you mean?
I'm supposed to be meeting the captain soon.
I know, and despite that, you've let your libido guide you to my quarters, you animal. Let's maybe save that for later, okay?
You tease.
Kenzie said his chief's room. She seems pretty committed to the job. I bet she doesn't spend much time here.
That's Dr. Rosarium's quarters, though I've never seen or heard him use them. He's pretty severe.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's hard to explain. You should find out when you meet him.
Okay. It must be pretty intense. Normally Cassie's got a lot more to say about people than that. Nameplate reads Cassandra Quinn. I don't really need an explanation on who that room belongs to.
This is Vanessa's room. She's great. We work together in operations.
Oh yeah? You're friends already?
Definitely, she's done so much for me already. She's always letting me know that she's covered for me when I'm late, and that she's picked up on some of my tasks when I'm running behind. Like, she's a little angel. Cassandra, I've run your diagnostics again. I don't know what I'd do without her.
Okay. So we're just gonna hang around the corridor outside my quarters then? Huh?
Know where you're in a hurry to go to? Honestly.
I guess we'll check out our quarters. By the way, if you ever want to access my quarters, the passcode for the lock is 0211. Pretty much the same passcode I use for everything. That's gonna come up later, isn't it? 0211, got it. Is that our anniversary or something? Oh, that's right, it's our anniversary. Come on, you didn't think I'd forget, did you?
Hey, good job. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Can you give me a few minutes to tidy the place up? I was almost late for my duty shift this morning, so it's kind of a mess. Let me put some stuff away, okay?
Yeah, sure. Keeping yourself between you and the entrance to her room, Cassandra opens the door using the control panel to its right. As it opens, she swiftly steps through, and before it's even all the way open, closes it again using the panel on her side of the entrance. The entire time, she obstructs your view of her quarters.
Thanks, I won't be long, I promise.
A few minutes pass, and you continue to stand gingerly outside of Cassie's quarters. You hear the occasional footsteps coming from the four-side thoroughfare, but they'll move on to other parts of the ship. Thankfully, no one stops to ask why security is lurking outside of one of the operations officer's quarters. Hey, Cassie. You give the door a gentle knock, leaning against the wall. Continuing to remain on lookout for anyone who may have some questions about what you're doing out there. How's it going in there?
Oh yeah, almost done. Just give me a minute to get this sorted out, and...
The last pause is followed by a loud bang and the sound of a small cascade of various objects onto the floor.
Okay, maybe a few more minutes.
You sigh and step back from the door. If anyone asks you, you can always tell them that you're doing spot checks for contraband or something similar.
Done. Come in.
Still a shithole.
Welcome. Make yourself at...
As you step through the door frame, the toe of your boot catches on a discarded pair of leggings, which are held in place by your other foot. As you begin to fall over, you reach out to catch onto something to stop yourself. Unfortunately, the chair you reach out for has a uniform thrown over the backrest, which slips as you grab it, bringing both the chair and the assortment of cosmetics on the seat clattering down to the floor with you.
Oh no, Nico, are you okay? I'm sorry, I thought...
Cassie.
Yes?
I thought you said we were tidying this place up.
I was.
Why did you get brained by a falling hairdryer?
There was a system.
You get back to your feet and right the chair as Cassie quickly grabs the assorted bottles and tubes that fell down with you, placing them back on any nearby surface. You almost launch into a speech about how securely stowing positions in case of high-speed maneuvers, but you stop yourself. Doesn't the captain ever carry out spot checks or surprise inspections?
No, it's great. From what I've heard, her quarters are in much worse state than mine.
Is that right? Like everything else in this room, this terminal appears to be in use as extra storage space, even the chairs covered in stuff. Since Cassie's in operations, you'd think she'd make more use out of her terminal than anyone else on board, but I can't see how she uses it like this. There's the hairdryer. There's the leggings. Cassie's bed. It currently appears to be acting as a makeshift wardrobe. Does she move all these clothes before she goes to sleep, or do they act as an extra sheet? How does she even have this much clothing on board anyway? Are those printed photographs?
Aren't those cool? They're from our first date at the Europa amusement park. I took my Pixicam straight to a specialist printer the next day and got copies made. I even wrote the date on the back so I'd never forget our anniversary.
Okay, they're cute. Did they say how many years they were together? Because, like, they look super young here. I do love the generic sport shirt, though. Wow, I never knew you were that sentimental.
I knew I was onto a good thing when you held my hair back so I can barf mid-roller coaster ride. There'll be many people that consider it when you're dating within the forces, but let me tell you.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it wasn't the most romantic date I'd ever been on.
Still coming back up for a second date, though.
I guess I must have been pretty desperate.
Hey.
Joking. Alright, nothing else to really look at. So
how are you finding the gun dog so far? Enjoying the tour?
She's pretty much the same as every other one I've been stationed on. The tour's first class, though. Maybe if working in naval operations doesn't work out, you can start your own business as a tour guide back on Europa colony?
You think so?
Definitely. You seem to have all the insider knowledge already, and you've only been stationed here a few days. Imagine all the insider knowledge you could share about Europa colony.
Yeah, you're right. And over here we have the statue of the workers who built this colony. If you sneak around the back, you can get inside the plinth and hide from colony security if they catch you and your friends hanging out in the park after it's shut.
Then again,
You don't think it's the kind of thing people would want to know?
maybe a bit more about the workers first. Anyway, how are you finding the gun dog so far? So you've been on the ship a few days now. How are you finding it?
Well, it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not like being stationed on the Reliant. It's a whole lot smaller and way less people. But then there's also a lot less to do, so you get much more free time. Captain Bartermuse is pretty lax compared to Captain Singh. But then I get the impression that this whole crew is a bunch of burnouts. Except for us. Except for us. I obviously didn't mean that about you.
How do you feel? So, about your transfer from the Reliant.
I know. We don't need to have this conversation. I've already had it from Captain Singh in my dismissal and from one of the senior resource officers. You're wasting your potential. You would make an excellent captain if you took your duty seriously. Your academy scores were excellent.
I wasn't going to give you the speech I just...
One of the only good things about not having parents is that I don't have to hear it from them, too.
Hey, Cassie.
It's the absolute worst hearing it from you, because I know that out of everyone, you're probably the only person that really cares.
I wasn't going to give you the big speech about it. I figured you'd already had it from everyone else. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I figured you were feeling worse than you let on. It's going to be okay, you know? A ship like this isn't the worst place to be for a while. And if things work out okay, you can always put in for a transfer back to a bigger ship. JCF is still building up its navy, so there'll be loads of opportunities. And if that doesn't work out, there's still your career as a tour guide back on Europa.
Yeah, you know it. Probably make a better tour guide than a ship operator anyway.
I think you'd be great at whatever you decide to do, and whatever that is, I'll be here to support you through it. Cassie?
Ah, you're so cheesy sometimes.
Hey.
Ah, come here.
What do you want to do when we've got some shore leave? Okay, so now we're on the same ship, our shore leave will line up. Do you have anywhere you want to go? Anything you want to do?
I hadn't thought about it, but I guess that means we'll be able to go on a lot more dates now. Oh, I know. Did you hear about that new colony they've added to the Europa cluster? It's got an ultra-efficient water handling plan. The planners have included a water park. We should go as soon as it opens.
A water park? What's that?
You've never heard of a water park?
Never. They're one of the coolest new features in the colonies they've been building. They're like lots of big swimming pools with slides and rivers and all sorts. All the e-magazines are saying they're going to be the coolest things to do on the colonies once they're open. Pools and slides into pools?
But like really exciting.
Huh. Okay, I guess when we're next dock, I'll see if I can book us some tickets.
Awesome.
Alright, let's hit sick bay, then the captain, well, the bridge. We might not meet the captain since there was an option to go to the captain's quarters here. Oh, central hub, right? Yeah. Alright, sick bay. The elevator doors hiss open and you both step out into a wide open room. Shadows of strategically placed status bars. Alright. Oh. You're immediately struck by the glare of the high-powered lights that are set into the ceiling, and just as you regain your vision, the powerful aroma of clinical disinfectant burns out your nostrils. Looking around, you see the standard features of a sickbay. A set of beds that extrude from the wall on one side, and a large gallery window set into the wall on the other, indicating the presence of a surgery wing. Walls are lined with cupboards and cabinets containing medical supplies, and various devices sit on countertops. Oh, alright. I don't know how many we're going to get done tonight at this rate. In the middle of the room is a large desk set to face the entrance. On the side closest to you are two chairs, and the other sits a figure that you almost mistake for a piece of medical equipment until they look up. Ms. Quinn, excellent timing. I've just finished the analysis of you.
Hey Doc, don't worry about that right now. I'm giving you a tour to our new security officer.
Excuse me. Very good, Ms. Quinn. Hello, Lieutenant Bunn. I'm the ship's doctor. Safer Rosario. I've reviewed your file already, so please feel free to stop by with any complaints. But since you're here, Ms. Quinn, I'd really like to talk about your gastro.
Honestly, Doctor, it's fine. We can talk about it.
Intestinal.
Doctor, later.
Distress.
Okay, Doctor, a moment, please.
Hot ladies with IBS. Never fails. Hot anyone with IBS.
And if you could just give me a few moments to the doctor? Yeah, no problem. Cassandra grabs the doctor by his sleeve and drags him over to the surgery wing, yanking him through behind her. Once the door closes, you can't hear them, but you can still see the two through the gallery window. You decide to turn your attention away and examine a nearby poster on space illnesses. Yes, thank you, Doctor. I understand. That includes any synthetic meats or carbohydrates. Understood. As I explained, I've got a full supply of NutriShake powders that should serve as a balanced replacement for the meals from the food vendor, and should alleviate your... Doctor! She's been eating too many burgers. Tummy troubles. The tour is moving on. Those beds are for patients that need to stay in sickbay for whatever reason. All the monitors behind them are to display patients' vital statistics. It's rare you'll see one used. All these cupboards and cabinets are jam-packed with different medical supplies, tools, nutritional supplements, and so on. I guess it's good to have it all on hand. That portion of the sickbay is separated off for surgical procedures, has its own separate environmental controls, and is completely sealed off from the rest of the ship when in use. It also contains robotic assistant units. It's state-of-the-art, but you never want to end up in there. Lieutenant, you feeling unwell? No, I'm feeling fine. Have you come to pick up any medication? No, I'm totally alright, thanks. Have you come in for a precautionary checkup? No, nothing like that. Then why are you here to ask about my mechanical elements? What? No, of course not. Oh. Well, in that case, Lieutenant Bun, I'm not sure I could help you today. Don't worry about it. So, I swear. Not one for patient-doctor confidentiality? Man, it's like a laser beam. He gets straight to whatever task is in front of him with no time for things like common courtesy, bedside manner, or privacy. Yeah, I got that impression. Which part is that? After all that, he tells me I'm allergic to the synthetic elements they use in the mess hall's food vendor. Can we leave him on a NutriShake diet between now and when we return to port? Well, those ingredients were supposed to be hypoallergenic. No animal products suitable for everyone? I know, but the doctor's saying it's a rare condition. That means I react to one of the compounds they use in production. So no more hamburgers for you. But there's one silver lining. What's that? The vending machines use real ingredients. Chocolate and chips are still on the menu. Important part of any balanced diet. You going to surgery? No. Okay. Haven't saved in a minute, so we shall. Alright, to the bridge. You step from the elevator onto the bridge, and what seems to have been a pretty quiet atmosphere turns totally silent as the two women present, who had previously been observing a screen, turn to face you. You identify the captain almost immediately by her uniform, although you were given pause to wonder... I did it again. Pause to wonder if you've misjudged as she listlessly straightens up and heads over to you with an air of disinterest. The other woman shoots you a look but remains seated at her station, quickly turning away when she realizes you caught her looking your way. You presume from her position on the bridge she must be a member of operations like Cassandra. This must be the Vanessa she mentioned. Lieutenant Nekobun, entering the bridge and reporting for formal assignment. You declare, throwing a sharp salute with Cassandra quickly following suit. Lieutenant Commander Cassandra Quinn, entering the bridge on accompaniment of Lieutenant Bun. You take it aback slightly as you realize you've hardly ever seen Cassie be serious about anything, even her position. Whenever she's had to talk about assignments, it's always been dismissive or in a joking way. You're caught so off guard that you almost miss the captain addressing you. At ease, Lieutenant Commander. You and Cassie both lower your salutes and loosen your posture slightly. There's a slight pause, but you can tell it's the captain sizing you up. The informal assessment will last a little bit longer than you're comfortable with, until the captain releases a heavy sigh. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I was beginning to get worried that the notification we'd had that you'd come aboard had been a system issue. I trusted you haven't had too hard a time finding your way to the bridge to introduce yourself? No, ma'am, I was just... You glance over to Cassandra, who was maintaining a completely straight face. You can check out anywhere you want before we head up there. Yeah, right. You fix your gaze straight ahead. This wouldn't be the first time that Cassandra's lackadaisical attitude had gotten you in trouble with the higher-ups. I was just familiarizing myself with the ship in case I came up with any queries that I could field to you. Oh, is that so? Well, anything you'd like to ask? No, ma'am. Very good. Well, I'm glad you could make it. Eventually. The mission is an urgent one, which is why we departed as soon as you came aboard without a formal reception. Thinking about it, that was unusual that there hadn't been a formal onboarding process beyond the dock staff checking your ID and guiding you onto the Gundog.
You did not realize in your rush, but now it was obvious. But it did make sense that it was an urgent dispatch. The ship would launch as soon as all its crew were aboard. My apologies, ma'am. My transport was running late, yes. We'd been sent word. That wouldn't have anything to do with you, would it? No, ma'am. There was a breakdown on the... Anyway, Lieutenant, I'd like to take the opportunity to formally welcome you aboard the welcome you to the JFS Gundog. My name is Captain Maris Bartermuse. We're not as tight a ship as you'd expect, and I anticipate that you'd carry out your duties to the same standard. Yes, ma'am. From experience, most onboarding procedures have involved greetings and speeches from the captain that have ranged from serious to almost ceremonial. In comparison, Captain Bartermuse's introduction is almost lethargic. The caster on my chair was hitting something. Your card, Lieutenant? Yes, ma'am. The item button will activate when you're able to use items that are in your inventory. In some cases, you will need to use an item to proceed, but in others, you will use an item that is... Whether you use an item or not is up to you. You'll possibly select the item button to open the inventory, then select the item to use it. To dismiss the inventory, select the item button again. My security card as security officer allows me access to almost anywhere or anything on the ship. She inspects it for a moment before taking it to a control panel near the captain's chair. You remain in position, not quite at ease, but not quite at attention. You watch as she enters some commands into the console before inserting your card into a slot. There's the sound of whirring, followed by a series of beeps before your card is ejected and the captain takes it back. By selecting the function button, you can now access a map of the ship, allowing you to move from one location to the other without visiting areas in between. What fun is that? If an event happens somewhere on the way, you'll move to that location instead. Okay, cool, so they do interrupt you if needed. You can also view your current objectives and other important information. To return, select the function button again. With this, Lieutenant Bond, you now have access to all areas and authorities befitting the ship's security detail. Your responsibilities begin with immediate effect. Thank you, ma'am. You're now also authorized to take an appropriate electroshock weapon from the armory. If you have any further questions, then you know where to find me. Dismissed. The bridge is one of the few places on any ship where you can actually see out into space. When in combat, these windows are covered by blast shutters, and the bridge crew rely on sensors and small cameras mounted on the outside of the ship. With the exception of some physical controls, a ship the size of a gunship can be controlled entirely from the bridge. Navigation, automated combat systems, security measures, you name it. It can all be done by a few crew members in this room. Same thing. This is the captain's chair. Although the majority of the ship can be controlled by the operations staff, there's a few select systems that only the captain can authorize, and they're all done from that chair. You need a captain's clearance level to access them, though, so it's not like you can just sit down and activate them. Yes, Lieutenant. Captain, when I received my posting to the Gundog, I was informed of my role, but didn't receive the ship's briefing documents. If I may, what's the Gundog's objective? We've been alerted by another Swift-class patrol vessel, the O'Brien, about signals coming from the edge of our territory. The O'Brien is currently on a solo patrol in outer Jovian space, so we've been sent to provide backup or support as necessary. Of course, if something were attacked at two Swifts, it's not as if they could put up much of a fight. Really, it's more of a case that we're out there, so if anything does happen, at least one vessel will be able to get away to warn the colony fleet. I see. Oh, did I just say that out loud? Yes, ma'am. You hear what I just said? That's an order. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Lieutenant. I'm currently on duty, so I would appreciate it if you did not disturb me. Lieutenant Lord, Lieutenant Bond is the ship's head of security. Since I'm here, you can take the time to introduce yourself formally. Great, I've got this. I'll see you in 5. So you're the security officer that Cassandra's been going on about?
That's right, Lieutenant Nekobun. Pleased to meet you.
Well, I'm for this Lord. I serve on the bridge as part of operations. Cassandra's told me a lot about you.
Is that right? What kind of...
I'm disappointed that you're nowhere near as attractive as she made you out to be.
Damn. Oh, is this the resident tsundere? Oh, is that, right.
I thought it was too good to be true, that some dashing officer would be transferred here at the last moment. Instead, we just got another lunk.
Well,
How is it that you got transferred here on such short notice? Looking over your records earlier, you were mid-assignment on the Duke. Why would they transfer you instead of...
Whoa. Hey, look at the time. I think your break's over, Lieutenant to Commander Quinn. I think Vanessa needs to get back to her station.
Of course. I hope this is sort of productive working relationship between the two of you. Vanessa, I'll catch up with you later, okay?
Huh. Alright, I guess we'll scoot back to the armory. Oh yeah, where's the... We'll try the map thing. Oh, that's a pretty sexy map, actually. I like that. Select your sidearm. Oh, we haven't visited the airlock or the captain's quarters yet. Facts about stuff that's been mentioned. That's cool. I'm guessing that expands as more stuff comes up. I'm not gonna read it all. We don't have all night. All right. So we'll go to the armory. Swipe your keycard to the cargo. You're sitting in the terminal of the armory resort. There's a slight delay, but quickly enough, the terminal flashes the message "Access granted," and the door slides open. First thing that you notice about the armory is that the benches and lockers remind you of the changing rooms from training center back at the military academy on Europa Colony. As you walk past them, you take a closer look and realize that they're the exact same kind of benches used on larger ships you've been stationed on, which had sports facilities and changing rooms on board. Instead of sports clothing and equipment, these lockers are filled with a selection of combat gear, from body armor or electroshock weapons to a variety of small and light weapons. You know, this is the first time I've ever actually been inside a ship's armory. That's not really surprising. It's only the security detail that would have access. Even in a situation where a ship's expecting to encounter a boarding party, it's security's responsibility to distribute weaponry to the crew in advance. It's to ensure there's no panic, or crew don't get a hold of weaponry they're not trained to use. Huh. Well, that's standard regulation. You should know that. Well, I remember from my firearm training was when I dropped my electroshock weapon and accidentally zapped one of the other girls from operations. Our trainer made me use a hand-cranked battery charger to recharge all the battery packs as power packs as punishment. That must have taken forever. You bet, but you should have seen my gun show afterward. Pew pew. Which reminds me, the captain said I was authorized to collect my sidearm, which I should get it whilst I'm here. This locker contains a variety of small firearms. I'm looking for my... Oh, that's right. I dropped the chapstick. I'll just give it a break. Variety of small firearms, and small arms and light weapons. They're only for use against external hostile forces. Even their stopping power is relatively low because of the dangers of using live rounds inside a ship. I'm glad they took that into account. The locker contains electroshock weapons. They're non-lethal and intended to be used for crew control in case of a mutiny or violence that breaks out for some other reason. No, did not mean to right-click, sorry. The spacesuits in here are for ship security detail. They're a bit more robust than the suits handed out to the rest of the crew. For obvious reasons, but aside from that, they don't offer much of a tactical advantage. Alright, well, we'll use that. That was like with the electroshock weapons in. I'm authorized to take one small weapon from here as a part of my role as a security officer. This one will do. Got an electroshock gun. Pardon me. Keep right-clicking, goddammit. What's that? It's just my standard issue duty weapon for my role as security officer. Fires a bar projectile that contains a miniature battery. It's non-lethal, but more than enough to stop someone in their tracks. So it's like a non-wired taser. Gotcha. I see. Absolutely not. Oh, come on. Right, now we'll right-click on purpose and save. Alright, they wanted me to visit the airlock. Is there anything else? Airlock and captain's quarters, okay. Oh wait, yeah, I can choose the map. Whatever, we'll do so shortly. Okay, what do we got here? Show me the airlock.
And this is the main airlock. It's the main way to get on and off the ship when it's docked.
Thanks, but I've already been there.
Oh, really? When?
Actually, I think I'm confusing you with somewhere else. What else can you tell me?
It's got one of the best views in the ship, for one thing.
If you look around but can't see any windows, you wouldn't expect to on a military vessel where an inclusion like that would compromise the structure. Here? Really?
Yeah, really, check it out.
Cassandra strides over to the terminal set into the wall next to the airlock hatch and quickly begins typing commands into it. You hear a sequence of beeps as she stands back, gesturing proudly to the screen. Not too bad, huh? You look at the screen, but all you see is a dark display with a few errant pixels suspended on it. Is that working? Of course it's working, look. You stare a little harder at the screen, and though it takes you a moment, you eventually realize. That's an external feed. That's right, normally you can only actually see the Gundog from either the bridge or the hangar. But the ship's covered in small cameras for combat situations. You can access the feeds from terminals all around the ship. That's actually pretty cool. But isn't the live view, or isn't the view from the bridge of the hangar better, you know, because you're actually looking out? Well, maybe, but there's always someone else around. You never get the view to yourself. No one ever comes here, and it's so quiet. It's almost like you're out there. I guess I can see what you mean. It's pretty quiet out this way, and with a fancy screen, it's basically like a real view. I knew you'd understand. I'll add the command to your terminal access. That way you can come out here and see the stars whenever you want. Thanks. Get some stuff. The main crew airlock for crew use. It's to load, use to load and offload basic supplies and equipment. Everything else is brought in through the hangar airlock. These spacesuits are for emergencies only. Every crew member has an assigned suit that's stored near the main station. These suits here are in case of evacuation when those stations are inaccessible. So from the fact that it controls the airlock, it's a terminal like any other. Although, with the silence, I suppose this one's good for getting a relaxing view of the stars. Under that panel is a manual control for the external airlock hatch in case of mechanical power failure. I've had to open one as part of a drill before, and it's not easy. So, do you come out to the airlocks a lot? Define a lot. More than once for coming on board and once for departing. Nothing wrong with hanging out at the airlock. Sometimes you just need a bit of personal space. On a small ship like this, it's the only place you can really get some time to yourself. Even on a big ship like the Reliant, there's not many places to get away from... Even on a big ship like the Reliant, there's not a lot of places to get away from everyone. I just find it really relaxing to know I'm this close to being out in space, away from everything, everyone. Sometimes it feels like I was made to be out there, not cooped up in here. I know that you enjoy that part of space. For most people, looking out into this expanse for too long triggers a kind of existential dread. Knew a guy on another ship who couldn't bear to look out into space. He started getting the jitters whenever he did. Sometimes if he got drunk on duty, he'd start saying all kinds of weird stuff about how humanity's souls were never meant to be unbound from gravity. I don't know, it's just like there's something out there that's calling me, you know? Well, that's until I'm late for my shift and the captain sends a shipwide message telling me I have to haul ass to the bridge. Then I know there's something calling me. Oh wait, yeah, let's head to captain's quarters. Alright, oh. Okay, so well, I guess we can't quick travel to the other corridor. Alright, captain's quarters sits at the end of the corridor, differentiated from the other doors in the corridor by the small insignia that sits above the nameplate. Like the others in the corridor, it displays the occupant's name. In this case, Captain Maris Battermuse. Even in your role as security officer, there are a few rooms in the ship that you don't have access to. The captain's quarters is one of them. There's nothing for you here right now, so you turn back. With Cassandra leading the way, the two of you leave the captain's quarters behind you and step into the crew quarters corridor 2. Cassandra pauses for a moment, looking left and right, before turning back to face you with a smile on her face. Well, that's it, Neko. Consider yourself officially acquainted with all there is to be acquainted with on board the one and only JFS Gundog. I hope you enjoyed the tour. I did. It's probably up there on my top 5 ship orientations. Top 5? Okay, you're right. Top 3. What? Maybe a triple ship to start your time aboard the Gundog is more to your taste. Well, it did happen to be on board the Thunderbolt, so if that didn't happen, I guess I'd definitely be my... I guess it'd definitely be my favorite orientation ever. What a coincidence. It looks like your schedule's clear until tomorrow morning. Whoa, in that case, 5 stars for a tour, especially the guide. Now the tour's over, your duties don't formally begin until tomorrow. If you want, we can take another look at anywhere on the ship, or if you want to call it a day, that's cool too. I think I'll call it a day. I think it's enough for now. I should probably go over to the mission log report tomorrow, get an early night. I know the captain seems pretty relaxed, but I don't want to make a habit of late starts.
So responsible. I've got the late shift tonight, so maybe we'll get a nap in too.
Two, you leave crew quarters corridor 2 behind you as you both head back to your quarters. Sandra being on board has been a huge surprise, but having spent this time with her, you found that all the anxiety you'd been feeling from when you boarded has disappeared completely. You continue to chat casually about your schedules, the mission, and your plans for your next shore leave. Eventually, you reach the Forsyth thoroughfare and you turn down the corridor that leads to your quarters.
Okay, I'll see you soon then.
Well, look who it is, the K-like coward. You don't even need to look beyond Cassandra to know who's standing at the entrance of the corridor. We hadn't met him yet, so I figured as much. Though you'd recognize the mocking tone anywhere, the real giveaway is the nickname. When you thought you'd escaped a long time ago. Though, of course, he's a pretty boy, too. Hanson Cruis, or as you knew him, Calic 3. Of the members of the Calic Squadron who had taken part in the battle, he'd been the only one to return. Even then, that had only been after the ceasefire had been signed, a full 13 hours after he'd launched. What you'd heard from other crew members, he'd survived by playing a game of cat and mouse with the enemy forces in a debris field. By shutting down the majority of his systems and hiding amongst the wreckage, he'd been able to launch surprise attacks, taking down his pursuers one by one. When he came back to the Calic and saw your armored frame still suspended from its restraints, he had instantly blamed you for the squad being wiped out. If you'd have taken off when you were supposed to, he argued, the squadron would have been at full strength, enough to survive the surprise attack. I doubt that. No amount of technical data arguing that it had been physically impossible for you to launch would change his mind. Destruction of the Calic squadron was on your hands. The worst bit was that you weren't entirely sure he was wrong. What's up, Lieutenant Heiko? You're not thinking of finishing your first day without meeting an old friend, right? When Haru came and told me that some lieutenant named Nekobun was our new security officer, I had to come and take a look. No way it could be that wimp from back on the Calic. They'd have had to have been dishonorably discharged for dereliction of duty. But I guess the JCF is so desperate that they'll hang on to anybody, no matter how much of a screw-up they are. How'd you end up here, Bun? They said you couldn't handle full-size ships, so had to put you with the smallest crew they could find? You instinctively make your hands into fists, but unclench them quickly before Hanson notices. You haven't been stationed on the same ship as him since the Calic, but you'd run into him a few times on board the colony as well as you were both on shore leave. Each time it ended badly. Tell him to stand down. You almost lash out at Hanson, but stop yourself before you do. Two of you are in the ship together, whether you like it or not, and the last thing you want to do is let him know that he can get a rise out of you so easily. You fight the urge to destroy your electroshock weapon here and now. Or drop him. It'd be easy to put an end to it that way, you think, but you know that in the long term it would probably be the worst decision you could make. Instead, you grit your teeth. Stand down, Ensign. This kind of behavior's out of line. Oh no, what are you going to do, Lieutenant? Confine me to quarters? On what grounds? Hurting your feelings? Give me a break. Where was this spine 4 years ago, huh? You're happy to throw your weight around against your comrades, but not the enemy? See what I was saying, Haru? Lieutenant here's a coward and has been since day one. Won't fight, won't even stand up for themselves. Ensign Cruis, you stop this right now. Lieutenant Bun is... Haha, you can't stand up for yourself, so getting this ditz to do it for you, is it, Lieutenant? Cruis, stop this right now and apologize, or I'll order Lieutenant Bun to throw you into solitary and write you up myself. You're welcome to try, Lieutenant Commander, but I don't think your security officer's got it in them to even try. Think you take me on, Bun? Let's go stoic. Doing the best you can to stop yourself from snapping and Hanson give him the reaction he wants, you cross both your arms and plant your feet firmly, shoulder width apart. You meet his eyes with a matter-of-fact stare, hoping he takes this to mean you're not going to stoop to his level. Ooh, very scary, Lieutenant. Very tough. What? Hoping I'll put myself in the naughty corner, is it? Nice try. Hanson steps past Cassie and right up to you. With his face inches from yours, he places his right fist into his left hand and cracks his knuckles. He's so close that you feel his breath on your face as he sneers at you. What's the matter, Lieutenant? Nothing to say? Why don't you show me how tough you can be? Come on, Lieutenant. What's it going to be? You going to show me who's the boss on board the ship? You going to obey that order? You're going to let everyone down again and show the Lieutenant Commander that you're just as much of a screw-up as she is. Take a deep breath and... With Hanson's breath hot on your face, you do everything you can to not bat an eye at the last comment, but despite your best effort, your hands are clenched into fists. As much as you'd like to put 50,000 volts through him for insubordination and insulting a senior officer, you know that would be letting him win. Instead, you glare into the ensign's eyes for a few more seconds. You can almost feel Hansen's hatred for you radiating from him like an aura, and it takes all the bravado you can muster not to step down. See if you stand like this for longer than you'd like until... Would you two knock it off already? I'm on duty this evening, and I want to update the captain that both her new security officer and lead pilot are in sick bay. All because their egos are too big to be on the same ship together. So both of you stand down. That's an order. Both you and Hansen are taken aback for a moment, like the two school children who've been caught in a playground squabble. You turn from Cassie to Hansen and back, trying to come up with something to say. Similarly, Hansen's air of machismo has been dented by the surprise outburst. No, I don't want to hear it from either of you. You're both in the JCF, so maybe you should start acting like it. Captain Cruis, I want you to report to Chief at 0400. You're helping her clean out the organic processing filters. As for you, Lieutenant Bunn, we'll discuss this later. Hey, what? You can't. Wrong voice. Ensign. Fuck off. I love her. That's an order. For the first time since you've met him, Hansen looks lost for words. He stands there for a moment, mouth agape. Yeah, Lieutenant Commander, I hear you loud and clear. Hansen's response his hands into his jacket pockets, turning on his heel and heading away towards the thoroughfare. He cocks his head, gesturing to Howard to follow him as he leaves. Before the pair are fully out of sight, he turns back to face the two of you. Good thing someone on this crew is able to keep everyone in line. Doesn't seem like our security officer's up to the task. This parting shot fired, both Howard and Hansen disappear around a corner. You and Cassie stand there watching the space where they'd been. Cassie crosses her arms as she taps her foot furiously. What an absolute dick! I told you he's a real... And you, what was that performance all about? I've told you about him. He doesn't back down. You've got to... I know, but you can't let him get to you like that. Otherwise he'll just keep coming time after time until when he does something they'll regret. You pause for a moment and feel your cheeks grow flush. You're suddenly filled with a sense of shame for being caught out of acting so childishly. Hey, don't worry about it. I know what the two of you have been through, and to be honest, I figured he was a real asshole from the moment I met him. Plus he's going to be busy helping the chief clean out those filters for the next month, so don't worry too much about running into him too much anytime soon. Still feeling a bit sheepish about your behavior in front of Cassie, you manage to smirk. Thanks for stepping in there. I shouldn't have stooped to his level. Don't worry about it. Just take it easy and don't let what he said get to you. I'm gonna go get ready for my shift, so I'll see you soon. Sure, I guess I'll catch you in the morning. Sounds good. Oh, one more thing. What's that? Smoochies. Cassie steps forward, places her hands on your waist, and stands on her tiptoes, raising her face up to yours. You close your eyes and tilt your head slightly in response. At the moment that her lips meet yours, you forget everything that just happened. All you can focus on is the softness and delicate warmth. After a moment, Cassie slowly moves back, and you open your eyes and find her gazing at you contentedly. You both share the same gentle smile before she steps away. Sleep well, Neko. As Cassie turns back, or walks away, she spins on her heels, gives you a quick wave, and then turns back, heading further down the corridor. As you step into your quarters and head over to your bunk, the door hisses shut behind you. You stand there for a moment with the smile still on your face before you let out a sigh and sit down. Staring at nothing in particular, you mull over the day's events and Cassie's words from earlier. Big day ahead tomorrow, huh? You sigh. We'll see. Alright. April 23rd. 4 days have passed since the JFS Gundog departed on its mission to rendezvous with the JFS O'Brien. In that time, our crew, including Lieutenant nekobun, have fallen into the easy rhythm of life aboard the ship. Even as the Gundog enters the outer limits of Jovian space and is due to meet the O'Brien, there's little for the crew to do, and a general sense of routine permeates the atmosphere. Outer Jovian space, aboard the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You're just finishing the last of your coffee as a shrill series of electronic pips begin sounding from your wristwatch. Without looking to check the time, you turn off the alarm and rise from your seat, knocking back the last of your drink once you've stood up, taking an empty cup back to the food vendor. It's easy to lose track of time aboard a military ship where the light is kept at a constant level, so you rely on a series of alarms you've programmed. You know, this one means your shift is due to start in a few minutes, giving you time to finish whatever you may be doing. Place the cup back into the vendor where the machine latches onto it, and then retracts it into a space where it is quickly sealed by a sliding panel. As the sound of muffled word begins, you turn back to face the empty mess hall. Time to carry out the day's security checks then. Let's see, I need to stop by fire control, the hangar, and engineering. Check out everything's going as it should. I'm actually going to save there. We have other stuff to check out tonight. I do love this. It's great. We might come back to it for the latter half of it, or the whatever remains of this, but it's a lot of reading. I mean, I fully expected it to be a visual novel. I didn't know the demo was going to go this deep. At least we got acquainted with all the characters and stuff, so that's cool. But yeah, I'm definitely wishlisting this one. I love this. I'm a little worried we're gonna like. There's a chance of like. I'm curious if there's the chance of crew dying as the game proceeds, and I'm wondering if like Sandra's gonna dump us. Yeah, you could probably piss her off in some capacity, or if like maybe there's like ways she could die. All right, and we're out from there. Let me wish list that real quick. And then we'll move on to something else. Look at the trailers for Gundog, and like the character designs and everything look a little different in the three different, the Dojin and the other visual option. And the settings, which is cool. And it said something about saving the crew from themselves, so. And Cassandra having a bit of a mind freak, so. Okay. Welcome to the Rosewater demo. This is demos a work in progress. Rosewater features multiple paths, puzzle solutions, so if you get stuck, there may be another approach. Yeah, this is Grundislav Games. They did, or by Grundislav Games, who did, I forgot the name of it, but the one with Miami and a couple others. Alright. Figure it out as we go on, but this is in the adjacent queue whenever it comes out.
Huh. Quiet.
Oh, thank God it's voice acted.
Howdy, ma'am. Allow me to extend the warmest of welcomes on behalf of the town of Rosewater and its inhabitants. Folks call me Jim. And who do I have the honor
Sure, she did the character art and designs on this one.
Leger.
Delighted to make your acquaintance. Might I assist you?
So Harley
with your
Leger?
luggage? That is, if you've got any.
I don't.
Ah, right. Well, what brings you to our fair town, Mrs. Leger?
Miss, and I'm here about a job.
Planning on sticking around, huh? Say, what line of work are you in?
If you must know, well, I write. There's an opening at the Rosewater Post.
Well, best of luck with that.
Oh, we're doing a journalism. Okay.
Ain't somebody you want to cross.
Then we ought to get along fine.
I'm sure you will.
It's about ethics and in-games journalism.
Reader, allow me to offer a small caution.
That's why he's so loud.
Rosewater ain't always such a sleepy little town.
Hey!
I'll kill you.
I've just remembered another engagement.
This how you welcome new arrivals? I have a mind to give you a thrashing.
Out of their tag team.
All right, enough of that. Look, I was no choir girl. But I had the good sense not to get caught.
I like that that's an option.
Advice,
Oh,
kid, don't pick your mark in broad daylight, especially not at a lawman's doorstep.
Oh.
Go on, beat it, or I really will give you something to cry about.
alright. There we go. Sorry, it's getting toasty in here. The
Now,
heat's set it too
where
high. I'm
in
going
the
to turn it
ether is
down.
that damn publisher's office.
Okay, left click to interact, double click to quick exit, right click inventory. Then there's this guy. Alright. Menu at the top. Okay. Meet you if we need it. Okay. There was no look. Interesting.
Howdy, stranger. Fresh off the train?
Animations are pretty fluid. I like that.
Then, let's have a chat. I'm Sheriff Gamble.
Harley Leger.
Pleasure. Just passing through, or?
I'm here about a job.
Well now, that's refreshing. Few come to Rosewater these days with the intent of staying long. How are you finding our town?
I'm not gonna snitch.
Oh, it's great. Real pretty.
Glad you think so. Most folks take one look around and get right on the next train back. But I can see you have some real grit. I doubt the dust and the flies will put you off. Anyhow, welcome to Rosewater. You run into any trouble, you come and see me.
Thanks, buddy. Okay.
Looks like a pretty rough sort. Reminder, confiscated items to be placed in the box below. A plain leather bag. Wonder what's inside. A lawman with a license? Guess Rosewater isn't so uncivilized after all. I wouldn't have figured the sheriff for a naturalist. What a peculiar decoration.
Good luck.
Impressive collection. Those are some stern-looking ladies. Not a bad view. Doesn't look too comfy, but I guess that's the point.
Just work from the right. Didn't look at the clock yet.
Sheriff? Who are the people in this photo?
Those are my sisters, Lord bless them.
I'm gonna say siblings or aunts.
Sadie died a few months after this picture was taken.
Aw.
I'm grateful to have this to remind me of her smile. Mary was always my favorite. The trouble we used to get into when we was...
I'm gonna grab the chapstick.
Maybe married an oil man. I think they're living in some big mansion on the coast somewhere.
He's gonna have to get back up to tell me about this photo. But yeah, those are... I guess they're rotoscoped.
Hey, Sheriff?
Yes, ma'am?
What's this photo of?
That's a view of Colchester, where I grew up.
At least the city and stuff.
My folks still have a ranch there. Been meaning to pay him a visit. It ain't exactly a metropolis, but it's got character. All things considered, I still do miss the place.
Does this cell see much use?
Nah, not really. Well, that's fine by me. The less I have to clean out that pot, the better.
Okay, can't even interact with the clock anyway.
This fellow still at large?
Yep, but I reckon he's left the province.
Reminder. What's in the bag?
Oh, that's a set of lockpicks I confiscated from a would-be burglar.
Oh, really?
Does this license mean you went to sheriff school?
No, it means I was officially elected to the position by the people of this town. The papers really...
Democracy. You love to see it.
Fancy yourself a lepidopterist?
Hardly. Picked that display up from a passing rag and bone man. But I like when the sun shines on their wings just so. Real thing of beauty.
I would have moved it a little further down to get better light from the window, but...
Hey, Sheriff?
What's on your mind?
Why have you got a horseshoe hanging above the door?
Glad you asked. My grandpappy told me a story about a blacksmith who was...
Oh, it's a little more involved than I thought.
The devil asked the smith to make him a horseshoe for his own hoofed feet, you see. So, the blacksmith took a red-hot horseshoe and nailed it straight onto one of his hooves.
I'm guessing he was thrilled by that.
Pain, He begged the blacksmith to...
You would think somebody living amongst fire and brimstone wouldn't have that much of a problem.
But on one condition. The devil must always respect the horseshoe and never enter any place where one is above the door. Hell of a story, wouldn't you say?
Talk to me about guns and stuff.
Hey, Sheriff?
Miss Leger?
What's the story with these guns?
Now these are standard issue repeaters. Pretty powerful rifles. Thankfully, I've yet to use one in the line of duty. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of these.
Okay, so we got guns and a lockpick kit at the office. Little shrug's a nice touch. A Golden Wake. That was the game that was set in Miami. Like early Miami.
Can't be a good sign when even the blacksmith goes out of business. No shoes for you, horsies. The local Sawbones. This is where all the sharp knives and strong drugs will be kept.
Two things I'm very interested in.
Looks sturdy, but there's some rot creeping around the handles. This padlock's not going anywhere, not without encouragement. Soft drink crates, a sugary, fizzy way to beat the heat.
That's rifle.
Nothing inside but a colony of ants. Shame. I could go for a sarsaparilla.
Same. I haven't even had a bad sarsaparilla in a while. Never mind a good one.
Oh, hello there. Don't think I've seen you around before.
Just arrived in town. Name's Harley Leger. And you're Dr. Sedgwick?
At your service. Welcome to Rosewater and to my clinic. Anything in particular ailing you today?
I could use something cool to drink. It's hot as blazes, and I am this close to having a conniption.
You'll want to visit the Jack of Diamonds at the end of the thoroughfare.
Okay, that's probably a local pub.
For much in the way of refreshment,
saloon.
I'm afraid.
Wouldn't expect to hear a doctor prescribing a visit to the saloon.
A sarsaparilla
Here's what area.
weak beer, drunk in moderation, can be a perfectly healthful and thirst-quenching beverage. I'd recommend it over water in any case.
I'm guessing you can't necessarily trust the water here.
That's impressively clean.
Cleanliness is next to godliness, as they say, and good health starts with good hygiene.
Drugs.
Quite a variety of potions and tonics you've got here, Doc.
It's only a small part of the bounteous pharmacopoeia that nature might make available to us, if only we knew her secrets. There is so much to be discovered.
Have you actually read all these books, Doc?
I have. They also serve for reference. Learning is a lifelong endeavor.
I'm a little worried because this guy reminds me of the. We didn't talk directly to the sheriff, did we?
I imagine you get your hands pretty dirty in this
I was going to
lane?
say, he reminds me of the guy we had to chase through the alley in
Not after. I'm
Golden
a
Wake.
follower of the modern European theories, positing that disease follows from the propagation of tiny animalcules living on the surface.
Oh, early germ theory, yeah.
Thorough washing with soap and water is said to eradicate them.
Drown the little bastards, huh?
Something like that.
Medical College of Wicks? Never heard of it.
It's in central Rotterdam. Not quite the University of New Britannia, but then what is?
Well, that's just disgusting.
Not disgusting, it's fascinating,
I
awe-inspiring.
think I've seen the nervous system diagram on the smaller one there on the door.
Hey, Doc, is that mess of noodles really what our
Or
insides
is it a vascular one? I forget.
Indeed, Miss Leger. The human body truly is a marvel.
I suppose that's one word for it. Hey, Doc.
Miss Legere.
So, how's the medicine business?
What a question. I'm a physician, Miss.
I didn't try looking at the herbs.
Some two-bit snake oil salesman.
Didn't mean to imply you were.
I'm sure. At any rate, I've not had many patients of late. But that is the physician's dilemma, is it not? We are taught that idleness is a sin. But better that I am idle and the townsfolk healthy than my surgery be full of the ill.
Let's get that Protestant work ethic.
Got any knowledge to impart about Rosewater?
Oh, well, it's a fine town.
You don't sound too enthused.
I'm sure you'll find plenty to see and do here.
Give it to me straight, Doc. I want to know your thoughts on this place, warts and all.
Were Rosewater one of my patients, I would say the prognosis is not good.
Oh?
Not since all the Aurum claims dried
Oh.
up and the airship routes opened, leapfrogging over our rail line, the hangers on.
Ooh, this is like an alt history thing?
Breath, but I fear they only prolong the inevitable. I hope I haven't discouraged.
Where airships caught on a little more?
Ask my
Interesting.
opinion.
Okay.
If things are so bad, why not pick up and move elsewhere?
I swore an oath to do no harm, Miss Legere. As the town's only physician, leaving would mean abandoning my patients.
Fair enough.
There may not be many left to call on my services, but when they do, I am the only barrier standing between them and the grave.
Isn't that a bit dramatic?
I was going to
Doc?
say, that's a grim way to put it.
I know where I stand on the matter.
Why not train somebody to take over for you?
I did have an apprentice not long ago, my ward, Nadine.
What happened to her?
Oh, this is no kind of life for a restless
she already
young
pieced
person.
out.
I encouraged her to put her talents to use elsewhere. She's ministering to the local native tribe now.
Oh, we'll probably meet her later.
Who is this tribe?
I'm afraid I don't know much about them, just that they have a small village somewhere in the valley. I believe they call themselves the Audam? Autumn? I'm not certain of the pronunciation. At any rate, they don't come to the town, and I imagine the townsfolk...
I hope they're handled well.
as well.
There wasn't really many cultural issues in Golden Wake, so
You must know all about the town.
I have faith that
I am well acquainted
they did their
with
research.
ailments, proclivities, and
But
vices.
we'll see.
But if you're just seeking gossip, you'll have to find it elsewhere.
I'll see you later, Doc.
Do take care of yourself.
Can we look at the plants? No. Okay. We'll go back and talk to the sheriff. And then we'll move on. Can I drink the puddle? I love the touch of the actual like scrape marks from the doors in the ground there.
Welcome back, Miss Legere.
Let's gab.
Hey, Sheriff.
What can I do you for?
Just how long have you been the sheriff here anyway?
Oh, a couple years now.
Thanks
Like
for
most
subscribing to
everyone
Sheriff
else, I came
Facts.
to Rosewater in '48, when we thought the hills were full of Aurum. Except I stayed when it turned out they weren't.
You were a prospector?
Yep. But it turns out lawman was a more stable career.
A man in your position must have plenty to
It's also a little odd that everybody's calling it Aurum and not
Suppose
gold.
that's true. But a stroll down Main will tell you most everything you need to know.
That little weasel Gem is a real piece of work.
Is it the kid?
What's his deal?
I guess.
Did he cause you any trouble?
Nah, just tried putting on airs with his
Oh.
breeder routine.
He did
But he was on
introduce
his way
himself.
once I let him know I wasn't having any of it.
That boy. He ain't a bad kid. He's just been dealt a bad hand. I've tried setting him straight, but maybe it's time
So it's harder
I
than
set
granite.
my foot down.
Again, the
Show
right
him
click
the
thing. I'm just
inside
gonna move my
of
hand away from the
himself for a
cursor.
while.
Trust
the mouse
me,
when I
that'll only
can.
make things worse. Perhaps rather than tossing away the bad apple, you might look in the barrel and figure out what made it rot.
Say, you ain't one of those social reformer types, are you?
Let's just say I've seen my share of cruddy barrels. Is Doc Sedgwick on the up and up, or is he one of those frontier
I wonder if we get more options the more people we talk to as well.
Tried and true. Why, he saved the town from a yellow fever epidemic just last year. The Doc's pretty much the glue holding this town together.
That's good to know, I guess.
That's what he's fond of telling everybody.
Anything of interest in the surrounding area?
Not really. The San Bernardo Valley don't offer much in the way of sightseeing. There's an army fort, Fort Beaumont, and an abandoned relic that used to be a laboratory. There's
Ooh, I
also
bet that's gonna be
a
spooky.
village on the other side of the valley, but you'll want to steer clear.
The laboratory, I mean, not the village.
Real territorial, but all that's outside my jurisdiction. When you leave my town, you're taking your chances out there.
Thanks for the chat, Sheriff.
Come back anytime.
We're keeping pace with just the random guy walking by. There's the post.
This is the place. Shabby, but I've been to worse.
Trying to feel for the layout. Okay. Opera House.
Gentleman Jake's Wild West? Well, this is what passes for entertainment around here?
Check it out later. I wonder if this is a... Was Ben Chandler? There was an achievement in a Golden Wake for a specific person walking by
Decoration more than anything
on the
else.
streets.
Food delivery for the lazy.
Oh, like a dumbwaiter button?
Warning. Watch the dang door. Signed, Management. Now that is mighty tempting.
I might hit it on the way out.
The local populace getting sloshed. The local pop...
Nothing going on
Nothing
there,
upstairs
right?
but a bunch of empty rooms.
You know we gotta. I'm not sure if we need to use that to smack somebody in the head, or... Can't go any further that way. If we're not smacking somebody in the head with that, you probably have to stick something in there to lodge it open.
This place is falling apart, but these stone tiles were nice. Once.
Free tile. We never looked at the letter.
October 25th, 1850. Dear Miss Legere, thank you for submitting your sample. Your writing shows real potential. I'd like to extend an invitation to meet with me at the offices of the Rosewater Post and discuss the possibility of an extended commission. How soon can you arrive in town? I await your reply and look forward to making your acquaintance. Yours, Joan Gallagher.
Alright, some context.
This thing's heavier than it looks. Bet I could do some real damage with it. Lock.
I don't know if maybe there's a secret knock we need to learn, or maybe hit more often, or maybe we have to break through the window with the tile. Can't go to the Undertaker, which is a little disappointing, but I guess we'll look into the job. Getting hungry on top of everything else. Oh. Defenestration!
Holy hell! Are you alright, mister? Don't you move. I'll fetch the doctor to have a look at you. Doc, come quick. I've got an emergency.
How can I be of service?
Some poor fool's just fallen out a window.
At the Rosewater Post?
Yes. How did you...
Sounds like Joni's in a mood again. Let's go.
Here he is, poor bastard.
Was that the name on the letter? Because I have some concerns. At least he like hit the balcony or the overhang, so he rolled. It
I'm Dr.
didn't
Sedgwick.
take as much of an impact from the fall.
Move your legs. Spine seems intact. No obvious fractures of the arms or legs. That, I would say, is nothing short of a miracle. Right. He's in a bad way, but he'll live. I'll get him back to my clinic and patch him up. You are truly a good Samaritan, Miss Legere.
It was nothing. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment to keep.
Of course. God bless.
Need help carrying him or anything? Or is the doctor secretly jacked?
Hello, can I help you with something?
I'm here about the writing commission.
Ah, yes, you must be Miss Legere. I believe you and Joni exchanged some correspondence on the matter already, yes?
Yep, got the letter right here.
May I see it, please?
Oh, wait. This is a lock-picking guide, so yeah, we're definitely getting those, lockpicks eventually. Alright.
Very good. Oh, one more thing. Joni's not one for formalities. First names will do.
Noted.
Go up those stairs and knock.
Thanks. What's your name?
Henry Dixon, ma'am. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Likewise.
Alright. Take a look around.
Cozy. That cabinet's better organized than I'll ever be.
Mood.
They seem to be pretty active around here. I hope that means steady work. Impressive piece of machinery. Excuse me?
How can I be of assistance?
What's to know about this town?
You picked a fine time to arrive, Miss Legere.
Why's that?
A few years back, you could hardly drive a wagon through the street. It was so full of folk coming and going. I'm sure you've noticed that's no longer the case.
A little bit, yeah.
So where did everyone go?
Wherever the Orem actually is would be my guess. There's still some prospectors hanging on, convinced they'll find something everyone else missed.
Ooh.
I'm sure they'll all come to their senses eventually.
If they all go, where will that leave you?
Why, getting by, I imagine. Peaceful, quiet life. The railroad still brings some traffic. Folks on their way further west or shipping goods back east. Although not as many as before the transcontinental airship line opened up. Easier to sail clear.
Okay, yeah, this is an alt history.
Rails halfway. Suits me fine, though.
Alright. How long have you been working here?
Been working here long, Mr. Dixon?
Oh, about 5 years. I was the first one
chapstick,
Joni
but I do
hired
have
on
car
shortly
max
after
them, though.
launching the paper. Was a farmhand before that. Keeping books is much nicer than tending cow pens, let me tell you.
Smells slightly better. Alright.
Anything I should know about the townsfolk?
Can't really help you there. I'm just a simple family man, and we keep to ourselves.
Exactly who was that gentleman just took a tumble out your second-story window?
I haven't a clue. Devil of a fella. Just busted in here and went straight for Joni's office.
Oh,
He
so you
wouldn't
earned
put
it.
off, but insisted on speaking with the editor immediately. Said he intended to lodge a complaint. Suppose Joni didn't take too kindly to his manner of lodging.
Those are some mighty fine whiskers you've got.
Oh, why, thank you, Miss Leger. The missus tells me I ought to shave, but I'm fond of the look.
As you should be. I'll leave you to your work.
Appreciate it, ma'am.
All right, let's meet Joni.
Come in.
Hello, Joan. I'm Harley Leger.
Ah, yes. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Please take a load off.
I thought this is exactly how a golden wake and
Thanks all the
open
same.
too, where you're
Sensible.
meeting somebody
like that.
at a desk about a job.
However, I've had a morning, so if you don't mind.
I appreciate this.
Say, have we met before? Something about you seems familiar.
I don't believe so, no.
Well, let's get down to the meat and potatoes, shall we? If you're going to join our little family here, I'd like to know more about you.
Me? Well, I was born and raised in New Britannia, got out, made my way west, and started
I
writing.
love the
I
contempt
saw your ad while I
in
was
the
up
voice
in the air.
talking about
Thought
where
a
she came
change of
from.
scenery would do me good.
Well, admittedly, Rosewater isn't as cosmopolitan as it used to be, but maybe you'll find it to your liking.
There hasn't been a dull moment since I stepped off the train.
Speaking of, your writing sample had me in stitches. Haven't spent much time in Lamplight City myself, but your descriptions of the toffs and leaves...
Lamplight City is another game by the same
That
dev.
piece was inspired by my last visit a few years ago, actually.
Oh? What brought that about?
I had to go back and settle my late brother's affairs.
I don't know if it's actually directly connected or not, though. I haven't played it yet.
With that awful business at the Lamplight City Expo.
Oh, no, it was before that.
The Expo disaster was a national
I
tragedy.
think the expo is what's covered in the game, but I could be
Guilty of
wrong.
Remembering it is the week our paper sold more copies than it has before or since. Isn't that terrible? But enough about that. Let's get back to why we're here. I loved your sample, and I like you as well, Harley. So I'm going to go ahead and offer you a commission. I'll pay you 45 crowns for it. After that, we can talk about more regular opportunities.
Well, I'll be. So, what's my assignment? A scathing commentary on Rosewater's decline? Or maybe a hard-hitting expose on the plight of the marginalized criminal youth?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. I want you to interview Gentleman Jake Ackerman.
The buffoon performing at the Opera House?
Oh,
Bite your tongue. Is that really what you think of him? He's a true Western legend. The Achilles of our times. We've got a real opportunity here. Star like that landing in our little town. I'd like something in the vein of your...
Buffalo Bill equivalent, basically.
and mordant. But maybe not quite so acerbic,
So, a puff piece.
Good, you're paying attention. I want you to make Rosewater look good too. Show me a real frontier hero and a real
You
frontier...
could probably sneak some sarcasm in regardless.
Jake fellow.
He's taking rooms at the Jack of Diamonds just down the road.
Ah, okay.
And his show is opening today at the Opera House, so he should be around for an interview. I don't know how you're situated here, but you're welcome to use the typewriter in the office.
I only write longhand, but I'd certainly be grateful for a quiet place to work.
Longhand, how charming. Now, if you have any questions before you go, by all means, ask.
So, who is the man that went out your window? Not another writer, I hope.
Oh, God, no. You're the only applicant we've had. Don't worry about him. Just a rabble-rouser with an axe to grind. Thought he could burst in here railing about my journalistic integrity. Most folks stick to writing letters to the editor. I tried to calm him down, but... well, it didn't go that way.
Maybe it really is about ethics in journalism.
The Rosewater Post reported on the Lamplight City Expo?
It was only the biggest story that year. I still got copies of the article saved. Here, read it for yourself.
Alright, the etheric pavilion of the Global Exposition in New Britannia, Kingsland, was site of terrifying disaster that claimed 15 lives on Saturday. A demonstration by etheric researcher Dr. Bennett Clark, a device known as an etheric generator, malfunctioned and released a burst of energy in the audience, vaporizing 14 attendees. Oh, Jesus. I'm one stage assistant. I would just describe the scene from New Heritage Britannia, for the New Britannia Gazette. The thing started with a great crackling noise, startling the ladies in attendance and raising several cries of excitement. Next instant, there was a blinding flash of light. After that, it was just screams and a horrible burning smell. From where I stood, I could see that a bunch of folks had gathered on one side of the apparatus or were just gone. All that was left were shoes and hats and things in piles of ash. Okay, read the whole thing. Prime Minister called for a ban on it. Like the artist rendition. The mining thing might be a little more important. Silas Gilroy announced on Friday that the armed mine would cease operations by the end of the month. Marks the third major mine closure in the past year. Alright. So far, the results are so strong. D veins have failed to turn up. Okay.
Can I keep this?
Frame it if you like.
Alright.
Any insight you can give me about the town?
It's a far cry from what it used to be. In a way, it's nice not having to hear the noise from the saloon at all hours, but... oh, I don't know. Folk who moved on took some of the charm with them.
Oh, well. Alright.
What about the folks who stayed behind?
What about him?
I was hoping for more details.
Far as you're concerned, the only person in Rosewater worth knowing right now is Jake Ackerman. If you're so keen to know about the rest, go meet him for yourself.
Fair enough.
I'm curious, how did the Rosewater Post get its start?
Well, my dad was a union man. He worked the printing press for the Allied Fall Creek Miners
appreciate that.
Cooperative. Pamphlets, labour news, that sort of thing. Then the mine owners brought the Blackburns in to bust the whole operation up. My dad was laid up for months and could never work again after. But we still had to eat, didn't we? I took all the equipment from the old shop and started printing up an early version of the Post just to bring a little money in. At first, it was all just community notices and advertisements from local stores. Over time, I got the hang of the whole journalism thing and turned it into a real newspaper.
I don't want to seem ungrateful, but couldn't I write about something else? My style is more observational than, you know, talking to people. I don't know that that's really my style.
No, it's just want to deal with people either.
Aren't we? If you want to write for this paper, you're simply going to have to stretch yourself beyond what you might be accustomed to. Besides, it's not as if you have to say anything particularly brilliant. Just get your subject talking and take notes.
Is there going to be like a discussion minigame to get better elements for the stories, or what?
Right, you are. Wait a minute.
What?
It's just come to me. I know why you look familiar. You're Spitfire Harley.
What?
Goodness. It's been a long time since anyone called me that.
I saw you fighting back in 26 at Wellesley Hall in the Chum. You took out twice your size with a right hook. Pow! It was like watching David bring down Goliath.
I appreciate the kind words, but that was another life.
Maybe so, but for a 14-year-old kid fresh off the boat, it was pretty damn inspirational.
Thanks, Joan. Appreciate it.
Of course. And please call me Joni.
That's quite a stick.
A memento from my grandfather back in County Donegal. Comes in handy now and again.
I'm not as used to the cane-style shillelaghs.
Is this the first edition of the Rosewater Post?
Yep, March 30th, 1845. One of the best days of my life.
You support Leroy?
I'm a proud Labourite, sure. I'll admit he hasn't been my favourite PM. But the way things Labour Party gets me a vote any day of the week.
Fair enough.
Back when Labour parties were still Labour parties.
The New Britannia Gazette. Keeping tabs on the competition?
Hardly. I kept that issue because they mentioned my paper.
Hey, that's Devil's Tooth. I passed it on the train right here.
Quite a sight, isn't it?
I feel like we're going to end up there, too.
The first. Good old Sheldon Model 4.
Fascinating device.
Isn't it just? To think, I can send messages from here to Bright Bay with the press of a lever.
What will they think of next?
Telegraph, okay.
I hope fixing that window won't be too expensive.
I may just leave it for a while. I'm enjoying the breeze. No time to waste gabbing, Leger. Get out there and write.
I guess since we finished the rest of the conversation. Okay.
See you later, Joni.
Take care of yourself out there.
Or right click. Right click counts as a double click after initial click.
For my paper.
For the fast travel thing.
Now don't that just beat all?
So I guess we'll check out the, I like having the foreground elements too to kind of overlap stuff. It's cool. Like the little hanging boards in that last place. I wanted to go back to the,
Was your meeting satisfactory, ma'am?
Quite so.
The doctor, but...
Did you find any of those butterscotch sweets I asked for?
Afraid
Were this original?
Only taffy and some peppermints.
Pity. This place seems to lack even the smallest of pleasures. Shall we?
That door sounded like steam powered or something. Okay. But yeah, we'll check with the doctor real quick to see if how the guy's holding up.
Hello again.
He doesn't look half bad, all things considered.
No, he was lucky. Once I'm done here and the laudanum wears off, he should be right as rain.
Hey, Doc.
I'm afraid I haven't the time for idle chit-chat, Miss Legere.
Oh, all right.
So much for getting more info on him from him.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I wouldn't try talking to him just now, Miss Legere. I gave him a mild narcotic to numb the pain. He'll be out of sorts for a while.
Okie dokie. Speed up the travel a bit since it's on the later side.
Locked.
Alright, we'll try the saloon then. Oh, hey, buddy.
Excuse me, kid. I need to get upstairs.
I'm really sorry, miss, but Mr. Ackerman's not taking any more meetings right now.
I'm here on behalf of the Rosewater Post.
Did you make an appointment?
No, I just got the assignment.
Okay. Look, Mr. Ackerman's upstairs getting ready.
Shout out to adding some diversity to things, too.
Why don't you come by and watch? You can come meet him afterwards.
I just need to interview him for a newspaper article.
Well, now, that's perfect. If you're going to write about it, you should definitely see the show. Trust me, it's a real dazzler.
Suppose it beats waiting around here.
Gentleman Jake's show will be starting at the theater soon. You won't want to miss a second of it.
Okay. I've solved your attend the show puzzle. You again.
You again?
Oh, hey, Harmony, was it?
Harley. What in the ether are you doing here?
Oh, you're not still sore about earlier.
Nah, but your little friend might think twice about hoodwinking strangers again.
Look, nothing personal. My brother and me are just doing our best to get by.
Your brother? And you just strolled away? I ought to knock you into a cocked hat.
Hey, you gotta look out for number one.
You picked the wrong mark, but I can let that go. Hell, with a little effort, you two could be halfway decent crifters. But if there's one thing turns my stomach, it's disloyalty. That's your flesh and blood. If you don't have your own brothers back, who else?
I mean, his brother could be an asshole.
Give a flip if you're
this guy seems to be an asshole.
You made your point. Now, can we drop it already? I'm trying to do an actual legitimate job here.
Legitimate job? So you're not selling snake oil or stock tips or fire insurance?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm selling tickets to Gentleman Jake's legendary...
The timing on the fire insurance thing was not supposed to be timely with world news.
I'll take one of those tickets.
Swell! And when would you like to come see the show?
Whenever it starts?
Oh, you mean today? Oh, well, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you there. Sold the last of today's tickets not 10 minutes before you walked up.
Seriously?
Seriously. This ain't exactly the Coliseum. It only fits so many. And folks around here are real excited to see Gentleman Jake in person.
Watch me get in there and it's empty.
All right, look. I don't need to see some yahoo firing off his pea shooter. I just want to talk to this Jake fellow.
And I'm sure Gentleman Jake would be happy to meet you if you had a ticket to get in. Course, I might be able to sneak you in quiet-like.
In exchange for...
And I can't afford to lose it now. After all, I have my little brother to look after.
Just tell me what you want.
Only a small favor.
Spit it out.
Just help me retrieve something. A small item of great personal value. It's only my pa's pocket watch. Family heirloom, you see.
Where is it?
What happened to it?
It was stolen is what? By that one-eyed scalawag Lola Johnson. Probably stashed it away in the old smithy. She's been squatting in there for weeks.
That's what the stone is for, to knock it open.
Where'd your brother get to? Keeping out of trouble?
Matter of fact, he's trying to make good after that screw-up earlier. Decided he's gonna try and get Pa's watch back all by himself.
Oh, that means probably in trouble.
And you're letting him risk his neck again? He'll be collared in no time. Like as not, you'll never see him again.
Oh, I know. I tried talking sense into him, but he's dead set on it. Wants to prove himself. But he'll be in real hot water if he gets caught, which he probably will. That's why I'm asking you to do it before he goes and does something stupid. I can tell you could pull it off. No problem.
That kid deserves better than getting strung up for doing your dirty work. Call him off. I'll handle it.
Swell. You know where to find me.
The instant rotation.
Hey, kid.
Yeah?
The blacksmith's got a giant padlock on the door.
So?
So I'm not breaking into private property?
I told you the place is abandoned. Lola's squatting in there. Besides, it's not really breaking in if you're retrieving something stolen. Sheriff Gamble...
I'm not sure that's true, but okay.
Trust me. And if you run into Lola, I'm sure someone like you can handle her.
Wait here. I'll be back.
I look forward to it.
Alright, so we probably have to take the stone we picked up, to the tile, yeah. Take the tile to the door handles to get around the padlock issue. Okay, that just brings it back up. Kabong.
I could easily smash this rotten bit of wood and get the lock off, but I'd better wait until the coast is clear.
Okay. Oh.
I could...
I'll wait for nobody to be walking by. That's cool.
Did it. The tile's no good
nice
anymore,
little touch. Oh.
That could be a good spot to stash something. Did the blacksmith dabble as a Wainwright?
A lot of horseshoes
The
here.
devil won't be coming in here. Doesn't look too comfortable. The mirror's broken. Wonder who caught the bad luck. Seems the obvious place to keep valuables. Decorative or a functional hiding place? Scrap metal. Must not be valuable or it'd be salvaged by now. Empty. Just worthless trinkets. Nothing here.
Alright. I guess this is the... Well.
Well now, what have we here? Got what I came for. Best not to stick around.
Hello.
What in the ether is going on here?
You must be Lola Johnson.
That's right, Lola Johnson, who lives here.
I thought it had a certain domestic charm. Nice setup you have in here.
I don't know what you're playing at, but my patience is wearing thin.
I'll be going.
You do that.
Alright, so we got the goods. Until she checks the hiding spot for it, but... So just move as quickly as possible before she comes to kick my ass. That'll probably come up later, but...
Fancy. Too bad there doesn't seem to be a pawn shop in town. Here's your watch back.
No fooling. You actually got it?
By a whisker. Lola turned up just as I was leaving.
Did she see you take it?
Don't think so. Anyways, that's my...
I have a feeling it might not entirely be his father's pocket watch, but...
Sure, go on. Oh, and thanks. I know we've had our tiffs, but I really do appreciate you getting this for me.
Oh, there is no pawn shop, so I don't know what else he could do with it.
Rest easy again, knowing his watch is back where it belongs.
That's not your watch at all,
Yep.
is it?
Well, it is now.
Kid, if I were you, I'd make myself scarce. Otherwise, the only way you'll be able to tell the time on that thing is by squatting over a mirror. You get me?
That's pretty good.
Yes, ma'am.
I watch it be completely empty in here.
Ladies
okay.
and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, are you ready for some thrills?
Might as well be.
Ready for some excitement?
I guess.
Are you ready for some fun? Then without further ado, now present the star of our show.
This is just the hype man, okay.
Standing at the Bleachbone Gull Showdown. The only man to defeat bastard Billy Boakes in a duel. The man who discovered a gentleman, then gifted it to an orphanage.
Gentum beast. I guess Gentum would be silver, because, like, probably short for Argentum. Delightful.
Thank you, Charlie, for that wonderful introduction. Hello, everybody.
Crowd noise is a little loud compared to the
Wild West. We got a heck of a
the voice in the mix, but
first,
it's fine.
allow me to introduce my
I wasn't supposed to convey the idea of you being in the crowd and having to deal with the crowd noise while you're watching.
Now let's get this show on the road. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you rope a steer. Keep it going, Danny. Maybe you'll lasso yourself one someday.
Just keep it to polite applause.
The sun beat down upon them as the duelists stood and stared. But Billy Boakes had never fought somebody so prepared. Jake drew his gun, and bang! The bastard crashed down with a thud. The legendary foe lay dead, defeated, in the mud.
A pretty careful fall.
Yahoo! Get him!
Might as well get into it a little bit. Oh, even of juggling.
Most challenging proposition, perhaps the greatest feat of marksmanship to which a man can set his sights.
Shooting a juggler.
Juggling balls that Charlie keeps whirling aloft in such a dizzying display. Ladies and gentlemen, affix your eyes on that green ball in particular, and do not dare.
Which is going slower than everything else.
For with but a single bullet, I will pluck it from the very air. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is our show. Thank you all so much.
That and like applauding and cheering probably butter him up a little bit for the interview too. I don't know how much he's going to notice. He might have noticed the cheer, but...
Piece of the legend.
There we go. Merchandiser.
stack of diamonds to get an autograph or a souvenir ferrotype. We'll be there until last call. Stop by and shake hands with Gentleman Jake.
Ladies and gentlemen, good night.
So I probably still have to go back there to catch him and talk to him anyway.
I'm telling you, Jake, I need that money tonight.
Oh, he's not paying his help. No good.
There's nothing I can do about it.
We'll see about that.
Hope I'm not interrupting, gentlemen.
My friend here was just saying his farewells. Weren't you, Charlie? Please.
This guy's gonna turn up dead, isn't he?
What can I do for you, my dear?
And that guy's gonna be the prime suspect, but I doubt he's gonna be the murderer.
Well, shucks, it would be my pleasure, Miss Leger. Shall we go upstairs to...
I don't know if this is actually supposed to turn into a murder mystery, but it's the vibe I'm getting.
Lead on.
Miss Leger, permit me to introduce my associate, Danny Luo.
We've met, actually. Not formally, I suppose. Nice to properly make your acquaintance, Miss Leger.
Likewise, Mr. Luo.
Please, you can call me Danny. Everybody does.
So what did you think of the show? Pretty spectacular, huh?
Spectacular. It was amazing.
Well, shucks. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Shall we proceed with the interview?
Right.
Alright, we're gonna do that after the break since I'm like right on top of it and I don't want to interrupt any discussions during it. So, BRB, 3 minutes of ads. Take a break if you need, and we'll be back for the interview. There we go. Alright, so. What brings your show to Rosewater?
How did you come to pick Rosewater as your latest venue?
Simple. Plenty of folk in this town are looking for a good show. I ain't so hoity-toity as to think El Presidio or Los Virgenes are the only places worth visiting. After spending all day bent double...
I'm gonna try and lead into... I might do the real story, I don't know. I feel I'll get offended by that.
A man is entitled to some amusement, wouldn't you say?
Alright.
So what do you do when you're not gunslinging or adventuring?
Well, you were at the show. You saw it firsthand.
Right, but what about hobbies? Pastimes?
Well, I ain't the type to sit around reading novels, if that's what you're getting at. I'm a man of action.
Okay.
What's something nobody knows about you? Give me something juicy.
I'm something of an open book, Miss Leger.
I kind of got Daddy in for a little aside, too.
Come on, everyone's got secrets.
Oh, I think you'll find I'm not like most folk.
Okay.
You're clearly a man of great deeds. Which would you say has been your greatest?
I value all my accomplishments equally, Miss Leger.
That's
to
evasive.
single one out would diminish the others. I couldn't bring myself to do that.
What a noble sentiment.
I like to think so.
Hey, Jake, don't you have an appointment with Miss Sally this evening?
Damn, you're right. Sorry to cut things short, Miss Leger. I've got another
I figured it would be a certain amount of questions, but...
I should have plenty for my article. I appreciate your time.
It's going to get Danny's appreciation, or Danny's appraisement of the situation, but...
Would you?
Okay, here's what to leave. Oh, hello. You again.
Good meeting you, Danny. Guess I'll see you around. Not to worry, gents. Jake's all yours. Hey, you were in the show. Nice juggling.
Thank you, ma'am. Jake, get your ass out here right now, you four-flusher.
Now, what's all the ruckus?
Don't play the fool with me, Ackerman. You know damn well why I'm here. You might think you can give me the runaround, but I wonder if my friends here won't convince you to pay up.
Charlie. Didn't anybody ever tell you only cowards get others to solve their problems for them?
You slum-guzzling bastard. I'm gonna fix that wobbling jaw of yours.
Come on up here, then.
You sure you won't reconsider, Charlie?
Shut the hell up and get out of my way. McGuire, take care of the kid.
This guy's going over the balcony.
Let's dance, cowboy.
I suggest you clear out while you can, little lady. This could get up.
Or are we going to learn the combat system?
It's pretty damn ugly already.
Damn.
Hey!
So that's how you want it, huh? Fine. I'll let the boss deal with you when he's done.
Food delivery for the late.
Give him a new face. Oh.
You're in my way, you lummox.
And that's where I'm staying.
Huh. Bollingworth Ale. Didn't know they got that out here.
Hey! Don't start any trouble, lady.
Now we use the door.
Whoopsie daisy. Nothing on him but the stench.
Oh. I think we're gonna have to do a little El Cabong here.
Bollingworth.
Hey, nice one.
Not the most honorable way of winning a fight, but these
Time
boys are
saving.
really playing fair.
Hey, Charlie. Looks like your guys weren't as tough as you hoped.
Whoo-wee! That got the old blood pumping.
You've got some interesting associates, Mr. Ackerman. If you'll excuse me, I have an article to
I feel
read.
like they'd be less interesting if you actually paid them.
To just let you walk away after that performance. Come on back up here. I've got a business proposition that may interest you.
What about Miss Sally?
Oh, she can wait. All right, Miss Legere, I won't beat around the bush. Danny and I are looking to get some folks together for a job, and I think you'd make a damn...
This is also just like a Golden Wake because we started in real estate and ended up working for the mob.
No, I don't think I have.
He was the lead scientist researching...
Oh, he was in the article, okay.
Before the ban, that is. Dr. Clark moved out here not long after the big disaster back in Lamplight City. He kept up his research, even did some demonstrations.
Reminds me, I gotta look at the Lamplight City thing to see if it is connected.
Nobody's seen hide nor hair of him in nearly a year.
Oh, so we're going to find him.
And you want to go looking for him?
Oh, I want to go looking, all right. The thing is, we're going in search of Dr. Clark's fortune.
I feel like that's going to turn into more trouble than it's worth.
Somehow he managed to talk a bunch of big money investors from back east into financing his research. All those gizmos and doodads don't come cheap, you know? We find his stash, we'll all be rolling in it for years to come.
Stash? What stash?
Mustache.
It's all just numbers on a ledger somewhere.
Nope. I'm telling you, he kept his assets in cold, hard cash.
So you're looking to rob a man blind just because nobody knows where he is?
Now, nothing so uncouth as that. Picture this. A swashbuckling pirate captain, his vessel freighted with treasure. Fleets of law and order circling him, closing in. He digs a hole in the sands of some sun-kissed tropical beach to conceal his ill-gotten loot and makes himself scarce.
I feel like we're nowhere near a beach, but okay.
To deprive him of the opportunity to return. Now, he's the brave treasure hunter who seeks and unearths the bounty guilty of robbery?
A little
Or is he
bit.
just returning to the world what would otherwise lie forgotten and worthless?
You have a
See,
point.
we're not after Clark's personal wealth. The money in question was meant to bankroll his etheric research. Since that's been
Oh, fair enough.
he can't touch it. And it's a drop in the ocean for the investors.
Oh, if we're fucking over investors, yeah, by all means, count me
How
in.
many folks are you planning on bringing into this?
That depends on what we find. But I promise you,
I can see why we have a lockpick guide now.
enough to make it all worthwhile.
What's your plan?
Clark had a lab nearby, a couple miles outside of town. Last place anybody saw.
Oh, somebody else mentioned the laboratory too. I don't know. I thought it was going to be spooky, and I guess maybe it will be.
To the loot.
Uh-huh.
Now, call me crazy.
Seems rather assumptive, but okay.
You're not entirely convinced.
I'm not.
Truth be told, I'm not. How can you be sure Clark isn't just holed up in some cave with his cash? Or that someone didn't off him so they could claim it for themselves? We follow Clark, and whatever vanished him could end up vanishing us, too.
I admit we're asking you to put a lot of faith in us. Hell, I'd probably be just as incredulous were I in your position.
Mr. Ackerman's a good man, Miss Leger. He's never led me astray in all the time I've known him.
I appreciate
Probably would have gotten about the same opinion had I asked him about it for the article.
just your word. Look, I've known quite a few moneyed folk in my time. They all got one thing in common. You know what that is?
Their horse piss?
They couldn't give a rat's ass about folks like you and me.
I admit I cannot emphatically contradict you there. Not what I meant.
So what do they have in common?
They're good at keeping their money safe.
I guess that's true.
Is out there. I just know it. As far as your safety, you just took out a couple of brutes twice our size. It's plain to see you can take care of yourself.
I'm pretty good with my pistols, and Mr. Ackerman can talk his way out of anything, but we could use somebody who's good in a fight.
Besides, stick around old Jake long enough and you'll have enough material to write a whole book.
Ooh.
Forget a measly little write-up in the local rag. I'm offering you a front row seat to a much better show. So, what do you say?
All right, Mr. Ackerman. I'm in. At the very least, this venture should make for an interesting tale.
You gotta take the plot hook.
To hear you say that.
You won't regret this, Miss Leger.
We'll set out for the lab at daybreak. And please, call me Jake.
Is that where the demo's gonna end? They actually let me go into the lab and let things get funky. There we go. That's what I figured. Alright. It's cute, though. So, yeah, looking forward to that one. Let me look up Lamplight City real quick just to see if it is directly connected. Alright, well, this was okay. And that one, you're a private investigator. And you're looking for an ex-partner. I think it is connected by location, but I don't know if the incident in that they mentioned happens in the game Lamplight City. So maybe it's something that happened in the past there too. People that mention it, but we'll know when I finally get around to playing that. Anyway, moving on. Let's try to get at least 3 in tonight. I did not expect Stories from Seoul to take 2 hours, but let's go with Kill the Music next. Hopefully desync doesn't make the rhythm game aspects too hard, but... Oh, this one's controller supported too. Fantastic. Alright, I'll take a tutorial, absolutely. It feels like loading. I'm a little worried. It didn't seem too intensive for my computer, but we might be finding out fast. There we go. Okay. Instruments auto attack to the beat. That's proximity, okay. Got some leeway too. Oh. You gotta pay attention to the ring and not the instruments because they seem to swing a little after the beat. Okay, this little varies based on the color. Okay. And it calls in different band members for it too. That's cool. Get 3 choices after each song. Okay, so it's like a roguelike then? Around so you can choose your difficulty level. Alright. We're gonna go baby mode since I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Alright. Oh. Have different spirits. Okay, so you got 2 guitars swing to your left and right. Okay. Get 1 HP after auto switching. Keyboards will rotate around you and move faster on beat. Bass creates a shockwave that surrounds the player. From shoot projectile targets. Okay, so it's a homing thing. Okay. I love the character designs, even just from the silhouettes. Alright, well, I'm gonna be... Sorry, I'm a sucker for bass. I have a bass, just probably learn how to play it. Number go up. Also take the good ones. Let's see what happens. Should have double up for my combo. New instrument, looks like keys. We haven't seen those in action at all. $40, okay. Ain't so bad so far. We're on timer, not kills, so. Okay, so we have to go 15 before it wraps up. I'm probably just going to go one run, but. Whether we make it to the 15 or not, but this is cool so far. Oof. Okay, well, I'm bad at this. I was bad at my, power, but I like the vibe of it. I guess I still want to play it, it's just, I definitely need some practice, and I would like to see what the other instruments are. We're kind of cutting it short, because the first couple demos tonight took a while, but... So Candy Rangers was actually in Sage last year, and I just didn't get around to it. I think for some reason I thought it didn't really like hit my vibe, but since it popped up in the in this showcase, I figured I'd give it another chance. So here we go. Nothing else, I do like the art style. And they were lost. Yeah, I don't see our guns anywhere. Hold on, let me make a call. Hello, this is the Ranger System. I'm Inky. How can I help you?
Hi, I'm Candy. I called for that training session we had today. We're around here, but I think we can't find the spot.
Is that so? Let me check your location. Ah, I see you're close to the training zone. Keep going east. You should see a device in one of the lanes. Don't hang up, I'll be your training guide, so let me know when you're there.
Okay. By the way, I'd like to thank you for letting us all of us in. We really needed this job.
Oh, it's no problem. Though it wasn't my call, you were lucky the company had so many vacants.
Really? How come? Oh wait, there's the spot. Alright. Inky, we're ready.
Cool. Okay, pick up your weapons and let's begin with your first session. Over to your first training session. Let's practice your basic technique, shooting. Shoot, simply hold B. Start by shooting at those training balloons. Okay, so just match the colors to whatever's needed. Alright, oh. Mission, shoot at the provided drum. Alright. Okay, I have to handle the jumping. Easy enough. It's a little to manage all at once, but I get the idea. I love the soundtrack too. This is great. Oh. Oh, shoot the thing, huh? I'm hitting the wrong character. Oh. I like the idea of alternate routes too, that's cool. Don't have that. My star ranking's dropping precipitously, but... I wonder if you can do a little jump to jump further into the thing. Curious what the golden tickets are for, too. I could probably jump those attacks too. I didn't realize that. I'm a dumbass. Yeah, okay. wasn't expecting to do laps, but okay. Getting a little better. Remember to hold down. That's helping a lot too. Okay. It looks like jumping to the middle is probably a little more helpful. Okay. What are we practicing now? It's showing you how to parry with your weapon. Objects, more than hour. Oh. Oh. I see. That's kind of cute. That further confirms my bullseye theory. What else was they going to give me for this? This is good. Oof. A little close for comfort. Oh, I guess you could have jumped over them if you wanted. Wrong L. Totally with that. Oof. I'm selecting all the wrong attacks. Oh yeah, I don't know about the coordination to finish this, but it's cute. I feel like I still want to pick up the full version to get more practice in, but we got a taste of what's going on here. It looks like there's only like 1 or 2 more levels anyway, so... Again, we ate a lot of time at the beginning of the night, so... Alright, definitely wishlisting that. Kinda wish I'd played it sooner. It was delightful. Alright. Oh, I like having the levels menu stack too. I'm guessing this is fast travel to wherever you've been. This looks like 4 main areas. I'm not sure what those bottom 4 are going to be, but neat. Alright. Yeah, I'll wishlist that. Alright. Okay. It's still not out, so we got time to wait on that. Alright, can I squeeze one more? How late is it? We're like 15 away from ad break. Yeah, let's do one more. We'll do a Nocturne. Which appears to be due out sometime this year. Well, that's not half the stack. That's still like 5 deep, so... Alright, so this is Nocturne, parentheses 2025. Sure, look it up on the Twitch list. Oh, more rhythm games. Okay, we adjusted save point, so... Keep it novice, alright. It also seems to be suited towards keyboard, so we'll stick with that. Yeah, it literally says controllers not supported, okay. It's a lot of milliseconds, though. We're good. Okay. Oh. Okay. Been a while since I keyboarded a rhythm game, but that's fine. So that's what dying feels like. Z to reverse dialogue. That's handy. Okay. You were wrong, Spencer. Were you just trying to calm my nerves? Doesn't matter. I'm here now. It's over now. Should get going. Vitals monitor. Gets to no use now. Oh, I guess we're dead. Door's locked. Shouldn't walk into someone else's room anyway. It's someone changing their physical appearance. Transform your body, become your true self. Door's also locked. Plus, walking into another person's hospital room is probably frowned upon. Don't you hate it when all the doors are locked? I thought there was anything useful in those rooms though. It's a modern city. Welcome to paradise. Forever starts now. It's an ad for a dating app called Afterspark. Reignite the flames of life. Took that out of snacks. I'll take a drink though. Remember when Spencer was in hospital after falling off his skateboard? He'd always camp out on the seats by the vending machine, hoping someone would buy a drink for him. Spencer would have said anywhere, would have been here. I think that it gives you the white dot until you're out of options for something interactive too. Oh. Probably can't leave until I've had a little chat here. Welcome to Maya. How may I be of assistance? I was told to sign in after I was uploaded? Of course, let me look up your details. I am sorry to appear you are not in our database. That can't be right. My upload was scheduled for today. Until we can confirm billing details with your next of kin, I have activated a 30-day gold trial for you. Standard Innovations thanks you for your choosing Maya, the world's premium afterlife, where heaven becomes reality. I'm going to contact my family. Our visitor center is open weekends and on holidays. We recommend booking in advance. What if they're already in Maya? Simply ask the recipient for their user tag and enter it into the booking form. Where's everyone else? You are the only arrival scheduled today. Let it be busier. How many people live here? I cannot disclose information about the population of Maya nor the location of individuals due to the customer privacy concerns. However, feel free to explore Maya to meet other residents. Yeah, this will be the last one for that. I'm tired. Where to go? Please head toward the exit behind you. You'll need to scan your key pass on the way out. Ah. What else does my key pass do? The key pass is your gateway to the world of Maya. Connect to any of Standard Innovation's paid services for a premium user experience. It also functions as an identity card, allowing you to share your profile with other residents. Okay. Oh. There, so you know to come back to him. I had plans like this in my apartment when I was alive. Hope someone waters them now that I'm gone. So I guess the implication it's a digital afterlife. The ID works. Looks like an exit the turnstiles. I'm already loving the visuals, so that's a plus. And having the offset setting thing right out the gate for rhythm game, delightful. Cheeto. Where are you, Spencer? You promised to meet me here. Just keep looking for Spencer. He might be nearby. Okay. I was wondering if you get a full translucency. The shadow thing's pretty good though. Yeah, it's locked. I need a key to open it. Key. I really have multiple designs even for the weeds.
Well, never seen anyone else out here. Are you adventuring too?
Adventuring? No, I'm just looking for someone.
Sounds like an adventure to me.
What's going on here?
What do you mean? I'm Timothy, by the way, in case you were wondering.
Oh,
Wait, is that soda you got there? Where'd you find that?
Huh? Oh, I got it at the Welcome Center.
No way, that place collapsed ages ago.
But I was just there, and it looked normal inside.
You gotta show me the way in, especially if there's more soda.
Get back. Oh, laser blaze.
That was awesome. You're like a ninja.
What was that thing?
A crawler? You must have seen one before.
Nope, never.
You don't know what a crawler is? Did the corruption damage your memory?
Corruption?
Oh boy. See that trunk? That's what corruption looks like.
It's fragmented.
Yeah, my friend Satoru said not to mess with corruption, like, ever. And it can kind of just appear anywhere, even on people. I almost lost my favorite stick poking some once.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good, so let's go check out the entrance to that Welcome Center you found?
Sure, it'll probably be safer there too. I don't want to fight any of those crawlers.
You can just evade them with your ninja skills.
I'm not even sure how I did that. It was like I saw the attack coming before it happened.
It's your ninja senses.
I'm not a ninja.
This is what a ninja would say to protect their identity, but I'm on to you. In fact, I challenge you to do Ninja Duel. The winner will get to drink your soda.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if you're really a ninja. Go easy on you for now. Get ready.
That's a fall down on the screen during combat. Where's the DD? Okay. So we only have one line since it's easy.
Okay, now I'm gonna hit you.
This is just a play fight.
It won't hurt? Well, maybe a little.
I feel like I'm gonna regret going along with those. And we've passively charged energy during combat. Once their energy bar is full, they will attack. Okay.
It was super fun.
Starting to think that was just an excuse to hit me.
It was to get you ready, because now you're gonna get hit hard. Get harder. Alright.
Oh, they added a baseline too. I feel like we probably could have gone a little harder with this, but still getting the vibe of what's going on here.
It's gonna be different. Watch out.
I got long notes. Okay, if you release the key too early, you missed the note. Got it.
Oh, you're super good at this. That's time for my ultimate attack. I can hold anything back. I found limited ninja powers, and you never evaded my ultimate attack. I gotta hand over that soda.
Let's get back to the Welcome Center before more crawlers show up.
Sure thing, awaiting orders, preparing ninja attack. Hiya!
Stay close and don't do anything reckless.
Gotcha.
Plaque on the statue, so whether to read the last few words. Research into memory digitization.
It's actually the first scientist who uploaded a brain to the afterlife. Can't remember her name, though. What's she looking at?
Corruption. Why is it so mesmerizing?
Maybe it's like a bee? They're shooting with honey attacks when you least expect it.
Strange ideas what bees are all about. Alright. Oh, we're coming up on an ad break, so I'll probably save here and then come back for the remainder. Alright, BRB. Alright, back to it. So, I don't know if this is the entrance you wanted me to use, or...
This way, we're going to the Welcome Center, remember?
Okay. Okay, we'll head there now.
Get more soda?
Sure. Is that another crawler?
Yep, there's loads of different types. I call that one Super Blade Bug.
Right, but it looks like a big mantis. Can we call that instead?
That's less fun.
It's blocking our way to the Welcome Center.
I mean, you could just sneak around it. I do it all the time when I'm adventuring. You never notice me.
Okay, I'll give it a try. This makes no sense. It wasn't like this earlier. Oh, yeah, it wasn't.
Here's the entrance you found?
Yeah, I walked out here and then met you.
This place fell down after everyone left paradise.
When did everyone leave?
Like 1,000 years ago?
1,000 years? I've been dead that long?
Wow, kind of awkward. You really didn't know?
Timothy, what year is it?
Now you ask, I'm not sure. It's been super long since the blackout, though.
The blackout?
It's when the sun went dark for super long. We lost contact with the outside world, not heard from him since. Most of Maya's features broke, too. It was chaos, but, like, not the fun kind.
It can't be broken. I just died. I was just uploaded to Maya.
I can check how long you've been here. What's your user tag? It'll be on your key pass if you still got that. Oh, hey, your name's Kammer. Only cool people's names start with K. No way, it says you've only been here for 16 minutes. You really are new. Not sure how that's even possible. But hey, this means I'm your first friend in Maya. I'm going to pin you with a rocket emoji because you're like a space ninja from another world.
Can you check my brother's profile too?
Sure, what's his user tag?
I don't know. He was supposed to meet me here, but I can't find him.
I can't look him up without his user tag, but I can help you find him. It'll be Timothy and Karma's first adventure. No, wait, it's our second adventure because our first one was coming here. Or is it our third because you saved me from that crawler and then...
Timothy?
Sorry. Hey, I know, let's go see my super cool friend Satoru. He should know where to look for you, bro. He lives at the top of the cliff through that gate over there.
Okay, let's go. I like that you can hear the footsteps, too.
I gotta keep my bag somewhere.
Hold this a sec. Soggy bandage. Why do you even have this? It's damp.
I found this broken crawler, then I poked it, and some blue goo squirted out, and I got on my clothes, and then...
No, we shouldn't ask. You should throw this away.
No way, what if crawlers
don't attack you, you have their goo smell. You could wear it for protection. I'll have to think about that one. Good, the key worked.
You sound like you're surprised.
Just glad the gate opened.
Okay, let's go see Satoru then.
Oh. Oh, that's okay. Get my ass beat. Oh, I might have to go easy mode. This is pathetic. Part of it is just doing it on a keyboard is weird to me. Dead. Glad we saved. Let's try it on baby mode. Alright, I'm mostly doing it so we can save time, but also, like, I just gotta get used to the DFJK thing. It would have been easier if we just avoided the fight, but... Also makes me like, why would you pick the same colors for all four of them? Got there, okay. Sloppily, but we got there. I don't know what we can do with the new, unlock new melody, but okay. I feel like it would be decent to, you know, play around a beginner for a bit. What an accent city. Building must have been huge.
But everyone left before it fell.
What was it used for?
I think it was one of the standard innovations offices.
Company ran Maya?
Yep.
Why would they need an office inside the afterlife?
Satoru said that a lot of the people who worked for them signed lifetime contracts. I don't understand at all, but I think if you said they died and didn't get uploaded, they'd be in breach of contract? Breach of contract? That's it. So yeah, their families, to stop their families getting in trouble, they kept working in Maya.
I might read the small print next time I sign something. Yeah, it's kind of fucked that you keep people working after they're dead. Alright, I don't need to deal with you. Same building?
So collapse. What happened? Don't know. Time, I guess? Asayla always says my room looks like this after long enough.
Asayla?
She's someone I stay with sometimes.
Oh, okay. It's kind of looks like Spencer's old room, too. Some kind of collectibles store. Been a long time ago, but they left everything behind.
People stopped caring about stuff you didn't need.
The blackout?
Mm-hmm. Food was more important. Also, I already took out the rare ones.
So this used to be a food store.
Uh-huh, the veggie parlor. I miss it. The lady who ran always gave me free lettuce.
Free lettuce?
It's twice as tasty than lettuce you have to pay for.
Right. I mean, free is one of the best seasonings. Just making a big loop. Oh. Time to get my ass beaten a different way. I wonder if the higher difficulties will also reward better experience and stuff. I mean, you probably get a better payout for better performance. Alright, where were we? Moving around. Oop. There's a way out that way.
Wonder if the ones at the Welcome Center will end up like this. They didn't say we're alive?
Yeah, there were a lot of them.
But they got to drink a lot of soda.
Plants don't like soda, Timothy.
No way, everyone likes soda. I remember this bridge.
What's special about it?
I made a super cool game here. Whenever a crawler would walk onto the bridge, you have to drop something on the other side. If it's the crawler, you get a point.
Isn't that dangerous?
Nah, they can reach up here. Plus, I'm the undefeated champion.
Who else played?
I just mean the crawler.
That fox a crawler or something else?
Don't get too close, that bridge is corrupted.
It's kind of pretty.
Yep, sometimes I come here and stare at it to get dizzy.
Why?
Dunno, it's kind of fun. If you stand really still, you can kind of feel the sound of the corruption too. It's super weird.
Feels like the sound is resonating inside me.
Cool, right?
Yeah, but how do we get to Satoru?
Oh, he lives up north at the top of the cliff.
Okay. So it means I gotta go down and around. Lovely waterfall, though. Trying to outrun the one crawler, yeah. Feels like the whole world is crumbling. Is none of Maya maintained?
Yeah, well, the places people live are, but not many people come out here anymore.
There's the crawlers?
Mm-hmm. Plus, there's not much that people need. Oh, there's some cool hunter people.
Hunter people?
Mm-hmm. They hunt crawlers for spare parts and do ruin dives to find old tech. I used to go with them once, but they said I'd be a liability. I had to wait till I'm older. I don't know what a liability means, but they didn't take me.
It's pronounced liability.
But I said.
They probably thought you'd cause some trouble. I will now. I know they were being mean. Besides, I thought people don't age in Maya, so how could you wait till you're older?
But you're right. Oh, I'm going to cause some double trouble now.
Of course I gotta get up there, goddamn it. It's only one crawler if I do have to fight my way through, so... I can outrun it. No. Okie dokie. I mean, it also occurs to me I haven't played rhythm games with any seriousness in a very long time, so that could also be why I'm rusty as hell. You can see for miles up here. What's that in the distance?
Huh?
Over there, it looks like a canyon?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't think I've ever been there. Maybe it's where the old sun went.
What?
Well, the sun disappeared during the blackout, right? Maybe it just, like, fell? That would leave a big crack if it hit the ground.
At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if that was true. Logo for Maya.
Mm-hmm. They put it everywhere for marketing or something. Sometimes they try to count them all.
Wonder why Standard Innovations hasn't tried to fix Maya. They must have spent a lot to get it running. Before I died, the advertisements were everywhere.
I don't know, maybe version 2 came out, so it's obsolete?
How can an afterlife become obsolete?
No idea, maybe version 2 has flying. Walking is so boring.
I thought you liked adventure.
Uh-huh, the cool part's defeating evil robots and meeting space ninjas. The walking part sucks.
Maybe we'll find a hoverboard or something and make it more fun. Until then, why don't we just keep going?
Space Ninja hoverboard. Okay, let's go. This is when all these used to work.
Streetlights?
Yeah, everywhere Maya used to be lit up by them. Now it gets super dark at night most places.
Is that because of the blackout you mentioned?
Mm-hmm. Eventually all the power failed. Once the backup generator stopped working, everyone fled the cities.
Must have been rough.
Still is sometimes.
Save point. I'm not going to say no. It's on the off chance that led anywhere. Not really. Okay. This water on my face.
What about it?
I've never expected the digital world to feel so real. It's like I'm still alive.
I don't remember what being alive feels like.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean...
Okay, honest. I like being in Maya. I get to adventure all day.
Don't your parents mind you being out here with all these crawlers?
I've not seen him since the blackout. Oh. I've actually been living with Satoru while I explore paradise. Training me to be wise and strong like him.
And you think I'll know where to look for my brother?
Your bro was for sure uploaded?
I was there when it happened.
Then, yep, Satoru knows everything. But it's not easy to get answers from him. You'll see what I mean.
Satoru's growing cucumbers.
He grows them all the time. They look kind of happy just vibing there.
Huh, I guess they kind of do. Not sure how, though.
Wouldn't you be happy to get and chill in the sun all day?
I guess you're right. Timothy would probably call these ninja robes. Fishman.
Satoru, this is my friend Karma. They're a ninja.
I'm not a ninja, I just... Shh. Do you hear it?
Hear what? I don't hear anything.
I don't hear anything, just silence. Without silence, how can you appreciate sound?
One time I was playing hide and seek and had to stay super silent for hours. It was so quiet, everyone gave up looking for me.
That is because they were not looking in the right places.
Yeah, well, I bet you couldn't find me. I know the bestest hiding spots. Count of 50 and no looking.
Oh, to be young of mind again. Satoru. Timothy told me you have answers. I have to know what happened to Maya. Where is everyone? Where's my brother? All in due course, but you should get some rest. You look like someone who's been through much in a short time. But you are welcome to sleep inside, and remember, listen to the silence.
Okay.
What about Timothy? You will enjoy the game much more if I let him win. We're gonna inspect the tree, but okay. Satoru was right, I should rest. We didn't come all this way just to lie down and wait. I need to push for answers. I'll try talking to him again before I sleep. Satoru must use this for washing clothes. Maybe wash that bandage Timothy gave me. Crawler grease coming off. Good as new. Does it stay, equipped? No, okay. %5 is better than 3%. Hello, treasure chest. Water's just pouring over the side. I wonder if it's connected to the waterfalls I saw before. Donut. That's a ring from Sonic. Not sleeping yet? Perhaps it was foolish of me to expect your body to rest while your mind was still running. Come, look at the view. It's beautiful. A student once asked his teacher what dying feels like. Look, The teacher said she would only answer the question if the student could show her what beauty looked like. So the student spent 3 days searching the woods, looking for the most beautiful flowers. He returned to his teacher with a magnificent bouquet. The teacher took one glance and shook her head. The student dropped the bouquet and returned to his quest. This time he spent 7 days hiking through the mountains. At the top was a natural spring where he bottled some fresh, glimmering water. Returning to his teacher, he presented the water. The teacher took another glance and shook her head. Finally, the student traveled across the country for 30 days. He met a monk who wove elegant tapestries. He returned to his teacher with a tapestry of the sunrise. The teacher shook her head once again. The student was defeated. He fell to his knees in sorrow. The teacher looked down at the old bouquet of flowers, now wilted with its dry petals scattered across the floor. Now that is what beauty looks like, the teacher said. Oh. So this world, it's dying? Nothing lives forever, and Maya is no exception. I was scared to die. I knew it was coming for months, and that I'd be uploaded here. But I still don't want my life to end. I even asked Spencer what it was like being uploaded to the afterlife. He said it's like waking up from a good dream. Oh, with the visiting hours thing, okay. Was he correct? No. It was like being underwater. I just closed my eyes and let the currents take me somewhere else. Satoru, I need to find my brother. I appreciate these lessons, but I can't just wait around here. Sometimes taking no action is the right action. That sounds like an excuse for not doing anything. Then your path is clear. You must travel to the city of Yama. It is where people go if they do not want to be found. Why wouldn't they want to be found? Because they are still winning the game of hide and seek. Now, get some rest. Your journey will be a long one. Is Yama far? That is not what I was implying. I will see you when you wake, Karma. This tour is lucky to have this view. I should bring Spencer here when I find him. I hope that's actually an option. Dancing with flames, it's beautiful. Knowing they're corrupted makes you feel uneasy, though. Be careful not to fall in and get carried over the side. I'll rest for a while. Just show up your case, Spencer, wherever you are. This world, the ruins, the crawlers, it's not the heaven I expected. Even if the demo doesn't end there, I'm probably gonna wrap it around here anyway. So that's a good establishment of premise, show of gameplay. I'm into it. Now I would learn what you are capable of. Maya is dangerous, and you must be prepared. I'm aware. I got attacked by some crawlers on my way here. Oh, then you've already bested foes? Well, I made it here at least. So you possess some skill. Then I will test you. Spar with me. I don't really know how to fight. That too I will teach you. Before you leave, I would know that you can handle yourself. Okay, sure. Is the rhythm stuff just defensive? First, let us test the basics. Try to anticipate my moves. Pay attention to the silence. Okay. Yeah, we weren't really attacking back. Stones prevent charge. Okay. Yep. Okay. Avoid missing notes to avoid being stunned. Attempt to charge one segment of your energy bar. Hup. Good, you have remained calm during battle. Now you must learn to attack me back. Charge one and then swing. The speed is impressive. But in a real fight, you must learn to strike harder. I don't want to hurt you. The attack must be real for the lesson to be learned. Do not hold back. Absorb the 3 AP. You can strike harder, but now you must choose the right moment to attack. Using not store AP, they attack once their energy bar is full after a short wind-up. The yellow wind-up bar is a sign the enemy is about to attack. Okay. That's what that was before. Attack the enemy during wind-up for a critical hit, dealing bonus damage. Okay. Some items provide bonus... Okay. Now you must prove yourself. Show me everything you've learned. Alright, hope. Your skill is evident, but your power is only as strong as your mind. A sharp mind cannot play even the sharpest blade. Now, your reward. This will help you strike harder in battle. Alright. Full stick. Got it. I'm interested to see what other abilities you may possess. Talk to me again when you're ready. Okay. Okay, you can equip from the inventory screen. Alright. Okay, well.
Told you I knew all the best hiding spots. How long were you waiting outside? Not sure. I fell asleep when I woke up. I was in bed. So I guess Satoru did find me.
It's got a natural hot spring. Be nice to relax here, but you're gonna find my brother. Satoru, can you find me the way to Yama? Or show me the way to Yama? I can, though you're asking the wrong question. What should I be asking? That is still the wrong question. Now you're getting somewhere. Your silence tells me everything. How could silence tell you anything? The mountains cannot peak without the valleys between them. The saw cannot cut without the gaps between its blades. And your blood cannot flow without the silence between heartbeats. So sound and silence require each other to exist? You still speak of them as separate. Sound and silence are two sides of the same coin. Now open your mind to the silence. Open your goddamn mind. It's easy to see ripples upon calm water. Calm your mind and continue. I wasn't expecting to have to go to that, so I think I did the first one too. Got it. Feels like I'm hearing music for the first time again. Perhaps you are ready. Everything in this world resonates silence. Without it, we could not exist. We're gonna learn how to clear corruption. When sound and silence become unbalanced, corruption is born. Do not think of the corruption in stone and as being separate. They are one and the same. With enough patience and practice, your sound may begin to rebalance the silence. Listen beyond the sound of the stone, hear its silence, and rebalance the two. It's gone. Fascinating. A complete rebalance. I never thought this was possible. You have mastered what none before you could achieve. The coin has been flipped. We can see the other side. Now your journey can begin. Kibathi has been to Yama many times before. He will take you. You're not coming with us? I will travel soon, but for now I have much to ponder. Thanks for all you've taught me. I'll put your teaching to use. I am glad. Now go find your brother. So we see the other side. I wonder what he means by that. There he is.
Ready for our fifth adventure?
Whatever to our fourth. Actually, never mind. I'm ready.
Okay, first we gotta cross a corrupted bridge in the park. Then we'll go through the factory place.
I'm confident I can get us over the corrupted bridge.
Nice, and I know where the factory place is. We're a real team.
Sure.
Adventure 5.
Yeah, I'm probably going to call it there just because, yeah, we get the gist now. I'm glad we stuck around for the corruption clearing thing, though. That's cool. Oh, wait, the save point was over here. But yeah, this is legit. Again, I got to get a little more used to the rhythm game stuff, because it's probably just going to get harder as the game goes on, even with difficulty at baby mode, but that was cool. Alright. We wishlist that bad boy, and we'll scoot on out of here. And I do remember there's also the corrupted stompers or whatever from the beginning. I wonder if you get something for clearing that up, but I'd rather save it for the full game. Alright.